Well, hello, all my wonderful deviants. We're back for some more Forge. I'm not going to be able to put this shit down for days, flat out. Like, it's a brutal addiction. So, um, I was screwing around a little bit with it after dinner, as you can see, what I did sitting in front of you here. There's nothing really. It's just a couple pieces I threw together. I have no real intention. I'm just kind of playing around. We're going to start making a map. We'll see what this turns into. It could be a complete pile of garbage that I end up deleting, or it could be something amazing that has me working on it for 200 hours. We'll see. But right now, well, we're just going to have some fun forging, sit back, relax, enjoy, and thank you for watching. I don't know how much I'll be commentating. We'll see as we go. I'm just going to be playing here tonight. As it's nice to have Forge back in a new iteration, new models, new textures and capabilities. So we're going to really put it to a test and try and create a map and see how this goes. So I have a couple pieces here that are just the start. You know, it's whatever. I liked where it was starting to go after dinner there, so I was like, you know what, I should probably just stream this instead of like letting this go to waste and coming out with a map and not having any footage of the creation of it or anything. So fuck it. We're here now. Let's do this. Get some tunes too, man. So we have a little bit of a vibe because I have almost all of the game sound turned off because I don't want to risk 343 copywriting anything or doing any stupid fuckery. So, yeah, we got some royalty free Lofty beats. Seems like it might be. Nah, the audio's looking alright. Yeah, we'll let it ride. It doesn't look like it's drowned in anything. Should be nice and mellow in the background. So, yeah, got a few things going. Nothing crazy. I decided to fuck around on the desert map this time. So I actually have ground. Apparently, then they'll kill you if you go below it. Interesting. But yeah, the structure is actually quite large. As you can see, it's not tiny. I scaled up a bunch of these objects. I'm not sure how I feel about the way the grime on this looks. Like that. Look at that pixel bullshit right there. No. That chunk. That's got to be adjusted. I cannot. In the era of 4K, this is, yeah. My worry, that's kind of something I was concerned with, because this object, actually, this kind of cylinder-looking prong thing, is actually the same thing as this object, this vertical one here. Here, fuck it, I'll just show you. It's much easier. I decided to flip it upside down and, well, shove it in the ground. So I scaled it up quite a bit. You can see it's a lot larger than its brother, but it had this cool little like bracket at the bottom here, and it's a nice shape. I might end up just replacing it and building all these shapes manually. We'll see as it goes, because if this texture issue continues, oh, we'll see. Like I said, we're just playing around here. So let's slap this back into the ground. Yeah, I like a little bit of music or something to kind of break up the dead air so I don't have to fill it with my voice the entire time. I mean, plus, you don't want to hear me talking the whole fucking time. Hell, I don't want to hear me talking the whole fucking time, so. Man, I gotta zoom the fuck in. I'm fucking this up. I already got one of the slower movement types too. I just want to get that little bump. I mean, I guess I could leave it raised like that technically, but it's gonna bother me. But either way, so yeah, I have kind of this kind of platform setup thing going on. I don't know if any of this stuff is gonna work out in the end. It's kind of a toss-up because this edge, even though it's raised, I don't think it's actually raised. Shit. Oh, there goes that. Maybe it is. And you just go over it smoothly. I wish I could see third person right now to see what my feet are doing. Oh shit, he does put his leg up. Never mind, that answers the question. He puts his leg up on the edge. That means it's actually a physically raised edge. It's not just an illusion. Okay, well, cool. I'm worried about that because that object was incredibly small. The fuck? And I got a little bit more comfortable with the way things move in Forge. Not by any means fluid, because holy crap, it's an adjustment for sure. But you know, it's definitely, I'm getting there. The more I play with it, the better off I'll get. And then yeah, eventually, I did not mean to do that. And eventually I'll just be ripping around. What am I doing wrong there? Oh yeah, I don't have to hold both for that. Okay. Actually, I should probably just bring this over here. Let's get a view that's not absolutely appalling. I wish there was like a medium speed. You have like ultra fast, and then you have like the slowest creep ever, like watching fucking paint dry. So yeah, that should be about right. It's not perfect. I'm just eyeballing right now. Honestly, I have a weird process from a lot of other forgers. A good chunk of them spend a lot of time in what's called the blockout phase. I am not one of those. I kind of just start building. It's not the most efficient way to go about things sometimes, because I've scrapped entire maps and lost hundreds of hours of work because I didn't plan out something and it just wasn't working right, it wasn't flowing right. So I do recommend the blockout, but my stubborn ass, I just like building. And there's sometimes I just find kind of a pattern or a flow, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. I think in here I could do, how do you do that? Position, vertical Y, let's tick that down one. I do find it weird that it's like, did I fucking scale it up somehow? Alright, we're gonna completely delete that one because it's not lining up proper. Or not duplicate, delete, you fool. And we'll reduplicate this one and then flip it, because I have a feeling I screwed up the scale earlier when I was trying to rotate it and messing it up or move it. So we'll, yeah, we'll just reduplicate that. And we'll see. I picked a random Laffy. So, yeah, I don't know what's on it. Never listened to it before. It's super risky. Don't even know if there's ads. So at some point I might be scrambling to change that or shut it off or something. But for now, it seems to suit my needs. I like kind of a mellow hip-hop beat. Though that piano's a little pingy, but it's alright. You can come down an octave and it would be much more pleasing to the ear. But my personal preference on that, at least. Let's get our height set. Disappearing, eh? That's problematic. We might have to adjust the other one manually too, just because. This will just rotate it manual, I guess, or in here. I'm already in here. It makes sense to utilize it. Yikes. You see that shit? It is Forge Beta, so that's a very important thing to remember. This is not. What the fuck? Did I just full on break it? Where did that piece go? What? Sure, dude. Yeah, whatever you're. Yeah. Okay, okay. Let's see, do I have any sort of identifying marks as to line this up? There we go, that corner is lined up with that chunk of texture right about there. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. So outside, inside. Outside. So about right there, roughly. It's at least in the ballpark. Nope, comes in another inch. Well, maybe not actually. I think I might actually be on course with that. Yeah, it's in just a hair. One tick. There we go. I am going to put a platform here. So this little raised bump is not a concern right now. Some of this shit's just going to be placeholder. We'll see. And then, yeah. Overall, it's weird. Yeah, we'll see as we go. I did really like this section, actually. There's something about the shape of this hallway that I'm just a big fan of. Because you could bank grenades off of like these walls around the corners, technically. What the hell's going on with the texture on this one? Yeah, I'm going to end up manually rebuilding this pronged piece here. I just know it. Because at some point that it's just going to become unacceptable for me. And yeah. Cool thing though, this copper inlay here was not actually on the piece by default, but it was on this one, and so I kind of did a little, to the best of my ability, with a naked eye, just some quick color matching. I got it in the ballpark. There's a little bit of tweaking maybe. I think it might have a hint too much red in it, but overall it could be worse. So we shall see. Yeah, yeah. At some point, that's definitely getting tweaked. Yeah, it was this post, actually. Those big flats that I was using there, that's actually this object right there. Just scaled up, flipped on its side, and other stuff. I'll do that a lot. You'll see, I don't use the pieces as intended. I just, no. Every now and again I will. Like vertically, this column just has a nice, ominous, very gigantic feeling to it. I like things in my maps that make you feel tiny. And plus you have the grappling hook now, so you really can make use of some verticality. I'm not going to let people up on top though. Like up on these ledges and stuff up here. Nah. I'll end up drawing a kill box about this height, right about that cutoff. So anyone up above that, they'll just get wiped or something. We'll see. There'll be the countdown up there to get the hell out of there. They might be able to temporarily pop up there, but they're not going to be able to just camp up there. At least as far as I know right now. We'll see. I have no plans for this map. There's nothing drawn. I'm just placing blocks and having fun. I was trying to get this light bridge thing to work over here. I'm assuming you have to actually insert the bridge part. I was kind of hoping that this object would auto-generate to some degree, but I was wrong. So I'm just leaving it there for now because I'll probably still use light bridges. I do have a giant forerunner structure kind of in the desert starting right now. And then there'll be a whole bunch of sand and other things. It will start most likely with a symmetrical structure, but this will probably end up an asymmetric map. I don't know if it's going to be BTB or Slayer based scale yet, but we'll see as we go. So let's check out what other fun little bits we have in here. Anything worth... What the hell's going on with the bottom of this one? Oh, of course it's weirdly shaped. kind of under edge do we got here? It's a little grimy, but not the worst thing I've ever seen. That's another thing that you know, when you start using objects in the way they're not intended, like this side is probably more likely to have a much nicer texture than this obscure little under edge, which looks a hell of a lot more grainy. So yeah, that's a thing. We'll end up, I know with certainty, a huge chunk of this map. This is probably going to be just a learning map, and I'll never post it to the community, or I'll gut a bunch of prefabs out of it and then build a completely new map with portions of this map. We'll see. Those are pretty. I like that piece a lot. How do I change axis again? Nope. The fuck? Oh, that's an unexpected shape, actually. I can work with that. Nope, that's going down. Boom. We'll try and align it with the height of these guys real quick. This way, that will be kind of like the general platform height here. That lip is potentially problematic. It's got that chunk missing out of it. But hey, you know, this is just a pure experiment build, so. Is it me or does that look crooked? Might just be me. Something looks off though. Fuck. I really like that. Yeah, see? I told you. See the angle on that shit? No bueno. Why did it do that? Okay, well fine. You're gonna make me go into the hardened properties, I guess. Yeah, see? This should be... First of all, why is that not... Clean 180, and why is the pitch not a 90? That's so weird, too. Because you would think that rotational tool wouldn't have done anything wacky like that, but it did, so. I don't know why I'm able to notice that stuff from just even weird angles. I mean, that one was a bit more of an obvious one, I guess, but yeah, I will always notice stuff like that. I just, my brain will seriously pick out a singular pixel out of like an image that's not colored the exact right as all the surrounding pixels. If it's trying to be a really clean color, I'll see that one pixel. I don't know what it is about my eyes, but yeah, my color vision's just really solid usually. Not every day, but well, actually, that's untrue, but it was always kind of a skill I had, even when I was in college doing graphics and stuff. The kids in class would be like, "Hey, how the hell do you notice that?" I could do nothing but shrug. I just thought their eyes would see it too. Apparently, they didn't. So this thing, this platformy piece here is bugging me now. The hexagon. I like these shapes in here, but I have a feeling it's gonna turn into just a tinier. I wonder. Oh, I did see something that was really cool that earlier I did not know about. How do I do that though? I guess it would probably be more controlled if I did it in here. So the size on the z-axis you can change not just the scale of these objects, but you could change the scale of them on individual axes as well, which is something I was completely unaware that it had these capabilities. I was just doing a general scale. You could do even crazier, more detailed scaling. So that opens up an absurd amount of potential. I wonder if there's a way to accelerate this number shit by holding it. I mean, I could probably type in a number. We're going to pull this bad boy up out of the ground, get it about midpoint. This way, as I shrink the other piece of it on the Z scale here, or Z, we could, yeah, see. Like, come on, man. This is, you guys have no idea how amazing. Anyone that doesn't forge, like, or hasn't played with the old versions, like, this is a big deal. A very, very, very big deal. To actually be able to just change the scaling like that on different axes is fucking crazy. Like, I cannot believe they gave us that capability. It's essentially a modeler built into this entire system here, which is bananas, man. And it's running inside of a game. Like, this is the type of shit you would expect to find in Blender or Unreal, or, you know, like, you don't expect to find this in game, in some fucking random video game, you know? I've never seen that. I don't know if all the objects are going to do that. It seems like a good chunk of them is. This grit, man, is bugging the crap out of me. It makes it look so ugly. And so yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. Let's see, so that should be in the scratches grimes section. Let's tone that the fuck down. Actually, I might just get rid of that altogether so I don't even risk it. Unless there's some, like, nicer grime that doesn't look like, you know, Pac-Man fucking blew a load all over this shit. Like, you got some pixeled fucking mess over here. Old Nintendo graphics mixed with 4K. Yeah, this isn't gonna... I find it weird that I'm changing it, and I'm seeing it change on some of the parts, but not all of it. It's really weird. Let's just shut that off. That's a no. And then this one too, we're gonna do the same. I should have just selected them. What am I doing? Should have selected them both right out the gate, but I didn't. So, because I probably could have tweaked both at the same time. That's one thing I will show you here in a second. There we go. Those look much better. Because I can always dirty them up my own way later. It's just that it was really, that grime was on the large scale, scaled up like this, it just wasn't working out. So yeah, these objects, I was able to kind of create, I think I put like 3 or 4 of them together at different like staggered heights, and then duplicated it and just dragged them and changed their angle up and height up. But I was able to select them as an entire group, because you could literally, here, fuck it, we'll just do it right now because I need a piece for the other side anyways. But here's where my symmetry is about to disappear. So literally I can just do that, and then we'll slap that over here. I wanted that a lot closer to here, but whatever. I probably should have picked where I was looking a little bit more cautiously. So yeah, you could just instantly it's just an incredible tool. It's actually incredibly fucking amazing, the capabilities of this shit. Was not expecting like stuff like this to be able to instantly group without any of the old hassles of the other one where you had to group everything. I mean, I'm sure I could lock these together in some way. I haven't dove into exactly how to do that yet, but I'm sure it's, with all the features I've seen. Can't believe I had that other piece still selected. That's funny. These are basically background anyways, filler. They're not essential for the map. flow on this part. They're more just to fill in the void space there. So yeah, get rid of this thing. Do not need that. And yeah, just like that, you have the structure. Yeah, that one I'm not happy with. This one's bugging me now. I'll change the height up on that. Shorten it so the one behind it can stand out a little more, and we'll get that type of shape then from the front. I like that better. Yeah, it's super nice. Such an amazing little tool that they've come up with here. And then instantly, you don't have to wait for any loading. Oh yeah, what's going on here? Oh, I'm inside one of the hexagons. You could just drop in. I think you could do this in the past one. It's been a while since I played around with Halo 5. But yeah, overall, yeah, I'm going to probably cap this entire area, or at least break it up so that it's not too camp heavy from above. So this will be a route down here with a whole thing going on in the lower levels. I like to make use of verticality, and maybe here we'll do some sort of launch elevator up to the floor there. So this way people can traverse from the lower floor to the upper floor in here. This back corner probably will become problematic, especially if I wall in this section. It will become kind of a really, I don't know though, because people can bank grenades in off these walls and you'll probably just get murdered if you're trying to hold up here. Depends on the weapon. It could be a good holdout spot. So, but yeah, I have no plans here. None. We're just going to be building on the fly. I do want to grab another one of these. We'll duplicate that real quick and flip that bad boy around, and we'll flip it there. And then I don't know how to control. I got to figure out how to make it so when I duplicate an object, it mimics the exact height of the previous object. I think would be preferred. So I don't have to do this part or go into the fine-tune detailing, and it'll just make my workflow a little bit faster. I'm sure with time I'll figure all of that out. I mean, it is day one, but yeah, just little things, little tiny stuff that I'll be nitpicky about. See, like that. Now I gotta do the whole damn thing over again with adjusting the height. It's really not that bad, I guess. And if I did it right, I'm sure I could have. I'm certain I'm not doing it right, is the thing. I don't think this is on them. I think I'm just being dumb. And so, yeah. But overall, I am pretty goddamn happy with the capabilities of the new Forge here. It's pretty wild shit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do the fine-tuned. We'll just fine-tune it. Because otherwise I'm gonna be hitting A and B a billion times. That is kind of weird. There's sometimes when I click that, try to go into that options menu, it doesn't register that I let off. I'll tick it up. Yep, that'll work. Because I'm going to cap over this anyway, so all this ugly crap right here, you ain't going to see that anyways. There'll probably be some sort of column-based thing to block line of sight for sections. So this way, yeah. We'll see. In the end, I'm just, like I said, there's no plan here. I'm just throwing shit together, just seeing what comes out of it. There'll probably be some massive changes as I go, and whole sections that I delete, because I tend to do that a lot. But yeah, I'm not doing the block out phase and all that, not on day one. I'm not going super sweaty in Forge right now. I'm just having some fun building maps. I'm just kind of checking out what they have to offer, what kind of pieces that I do like. That's a really nice piece. Because it's got this little, like, I can't believe I just did that. Where'd it go? Oh, they have a variant that's... See, I love that. They have, okay. The thing I like about this is these little lips, these little kickouts like that. Oh, okay, it's an asymmetric piece. Huh. Well, fuck you too, piece. I wonder if its cousin here is... Nope, that's an asymmetric too. So this one, it looks like they intend to use it in a very specific way. I'm going to ignore that and flip it. That side's got a pretty big divot too. This one's worse on this side. So this side will probably be the best side to have up. And then we'll rotate that bad boy and let's scale it up a lot. Maybe too much on that. Alright, that'll give me a better idea of like the scale of this piece, having it up against. I need something right around in that ballpark. Something about there. And then we'll... This is going to be my capper, because it's got a really nice texture to it. Though, is that... Yeah, it's an angular texture, but yeah, whatever. It'll work. And then we'll change the scale up on this. No, wrong button. Again, still getting used to that. We'll just toss this in and then delete that, reselect this one. But now that I know I can change... Ooh, so this one doesn't allow you to change the scale in certain directions, or does it? Okay, I know it does. There's my Z. So on this one, it's probably going to be, what is that, y-axis? Nah, x-axis? Will be its thickness. In most cases, that would be the Z, but I flipped the object on its side, so yeah. That will work. And position on the Y. Let's go down now. Why does it seem stuck? Fine. I'll do it manually then. I don't give a fuck game. Fuck you. That's interesting. It won't let me push it down. It is in beta form. Okay. Well, let's duplicate you then. This is not enough physical space. I wonder what the parameters on this object are. There's got to be something wacky that I overlooked. No, it's just static. This should be fine. It's not even a dynamic piece. And that kind of sucks a little bit. Yeah, whatever. Let's scale it back up and do that. Or not. This piece is certainly not liking this right now. You know what, though? That makes me want to save. There we go. Yeah. Save often, people. Just save constantly. Anyone's ever played Final Fantasy or played any of the older games, yeah, save. Don't trust autosave. Don't trust that the shit's going to be there. Save. As often as possible. It's so weird. Now it won't let me... It's a fixed object now, though. Why? Oh, I bet when I scrolled up, I tipped this, or... See, but it can't be phased, because then you're going to fall through it. I have to test that. Do I sink into it, or is it a physical object? Okay, so because it's static, the outside of the mesh is still good, but it can phase through the other objects. That's what I did wrong. I ended up switching into fixed mode. So, now that I know I did that horrible mistake, we'll just undo all of this crap that I just did. Or not. Dude, what is going on? There's some wacky shit happening. That's okay. We'll fix it all up. Undo should have placed it back in its default position, but for some odd reason it didn't. I mean, look at this. It's got like weird rotational behavior happening right now. What the fuck? Yeah, no roll. Let's get that damn yaw back to 90. This thing is being super stubborn. Oh, that's why. Duh. There we go. Now we won't have a problem. Alright. I'm just going to manually eyeball it in right now. For some odd reason, I feel like this piece is backwards from the way I had it before, but no, it's not. Okay. It's still crooked. Where is it? No, it's not. Okay. I'm not exactly happy with these bits here sticking up and out, but those are an easy solve, and plus I'm going to need to, because I mean this platform, you can't be standing around up here. You're going to get your face shot off. Oh, you seeing that? Bump, bump, bump. I wonder what that does to grenades. I don't have any. That's one thing I think for testing purposes, for people out there, we're going to do something real quick so that out here by my little spawn section, I'm going to put in a couple different spawners for grenades and a few things that this way I can test them on the fly, go fill up my grenades ultra quick. I don't know why the hell the grenades don't auto regenerate in Forge. It's the weirdest design choice, but it's whatever. Given all the features I do have and all the stuff they've given me access to, I guess I'm being nitpicky. So those will probably be under gameplay, equipment, classic grenade spawn. Where's the newer spawners? That is odd. Whatever. It should serve its purpose. I just needed to test like bank angles and stuff like that. I just want to see what the timers are on these, so respawn enabled. What's alright, so there's no timer now. Cool. Alright, good. So in theory, what the fuck? Okay, that did not work at all. I'm sure I'm screwing something up here, clearly. So, yeah. We're not going to do that one. We're just going to throw in some fucking grenades. I should probably put something in here as a marker, but we'll do that after we place a few on the ground, just so I don't lose them in the desert. And then be like, why the hell are there random grenades spawning out in the middle of a hill over here? You know, later if I actually turn this into a map. Let's see. And in theory, that should be there, right? At least it is. Dude, what is with that? Why can't I pick it up? Okay. It's literally a physical object, too. You can bump into it, but it doesn't move. That's funny. I don't know what's up with that. Because it even has it listed as a dynamic object when you hover over it. So that is a bit odd. Did I seriously not select it? Come on. Yeah, it literally says dynamic. What the hell else does it want from me? That'll be open on a spawn order 1. Object, physics normal, object name, good. That should technically work. Dude, what the fuck? I'm at a loss right now, I'll be honest. That is fucking weird. Well, since it's not going to let me do what I want, I'm not going to just leave some random grenade out here. That's just playing with fire. So fuck it, whatever. Let's go back to doing the fun stuff. I'll do all the fine-tuning later. That's really all it's for. I wanted to see if you get stuck on that little bump that I had up at the top. But, yeah. Oh yeah, under Forerunner in here, this section up here is amazing. The accent pieces. There's a lot of cool shit. Primitives is nice. The Halo design set isn't bad. But I found there's really not a ton of stuff in here. Accents had a lot of the missing stuff that I didn't find in my previous video earlier today. All the things that I was kind of bitching, like, where the hell is this? Where's that? You know, yeah, they're in here. There's actually a lot of stuff in here. You have a lot of your UNSC structure pieces, debris and garbage, and little detailed bits and stuff. It's pretty awesome. But right now, I'm working with Forerunner out in the desert. I'm gonna bury parts of this structure. Like it's been out here for a while, you know, desert sand and winds and stuff are going to reclaim part of this map. It will most likely be an asymmetric in the end. I like building asymmetric maps. They're just more interesting. They're a hell of a lot harder to balance, but they're just make for really fun maps when they're done right. Not to say that this is going to be right, because fucking, I'm sure this is going to be a shit show that I delete, but first of all, did not mean to angle that. Let's undo that fucking mess. There we go. Yeah, never use the pieces as intended. Something I always recommend. Clean that floor. I'm curious how much of that column it ate and how much of my pathing it's chewing up down here. Yeah, I'm going to end up probably remaking this lower structure completely. Let's scale that up a bit more and see if we can get those diffused into the walls. Not too bad. Though it does kind of fuck up that whole like kind of little mini bridge I had going. But then again, this might be a little bit more interesting with it wider here, especially if I put sort of sightline blockers here, like some vertical sort of element right here on these corners. So like it creates a centered path area, and then I got my three-prong, my rule of three thing going on. You got 3 routes into a centering point. And the cool thing is I can literally select this entire structure, all of it, like just by clicking on it. I can just click everything. Or I can just hold the button and just select all this crap if I want. And then literally duplicate this whole fucking thing in an instant. I don't know if I'm going to because I'm not at that stage. But yeah, with that all selected, you could just literally just grab and duplicate it all. And then, you know, completely fuck it up and bury it in the ground, but you know, it's I forget how the hell I moved that. There it is. Okay, but yeah, look at that shit. Find me another editor in any other fucking game that does this. It literally doesn't exist. You got to be using professional grade software to have that ability. Like this is fucking crazy. This isn't a video game. Like, what the fuck? Who would have thought I'd be experiencing this one day? This is mind-blowingly awesome. But we're going to get rid of that because I have no use for it right now. And just like that, just undo. I did test the undo options earlier, and it seems like you probably have about 50 undos roughly. It's somewhere in the above 30, I would say, comfortably. So, I mean, even if you royally fuck up and build a whole bunch of shit afterwards, you could undo a long ways back, which is quite nice. And then you could just drop in and test shit. That is really too tight in there, though. This chunk, I mean, it's not too bad. I guess you're going to have some ambushing moments. I wonder if that actually shoots through. Oh, you can shoot through those gaps. That's kind of cool. Unexpected there. See, it's little things like that that sometimes happen. Though it could be raised a little bit, it would improve that gap to make it more of a tactical use. Yeah. Fuck object is that? Okay, this is gotta not duplicate, you fool. I'm still getting used to the controls. I've spent a lot of time in Halo 5, and they did change a couple of the controls, and yeah, they're messing with my brain, so I'm hitting the wrong buttons. What? Why did that just scale up all of a sudden by selecting it? At least it felt like it just scaled up. That's a hard edge, so that's not going to be any good. Right there's a grenade catch. I mean, at least you float over it nicely, but I should probably turn off my flame feet because it's going to mess with me when I'm... This little bump right there. You see that shit? So you go up a ledge that's not actually there. It's because of the object that I used to fill that space was actually probably not meant to be used that way. It's this thin guy right here. I'm assuming that's the one that's causing it because it has this kind of little kick up. But because I compressed it, the kick up doesn't look as big as it actually is normally on the object. And I have a feeling it's causing that little bump there. And I don't like stuff like that because when you're strafing sideways, trying to get that beautiful fucking aim, you just crack the dude's shield and up there it goes headshot. You know, you just shot just slightly above. You know, when you hit bumps like that and strafing, it's just you don't. You want people when they're walking on what they assume to be a straight path to know that it's going to be flat. They don't want this all of a sudden random dip or kick like that. You want it to be very clear for people that this is a ramp, this is a flat plane, you know, that you don't want all the bumpy bullshit. Now, it's a little more forgiving in terrain. I guess people can be more accepting of little things like that if it's variation in terrain, but when you're on something that, like a Forerunner structure that's clearly precision, yeah, that's for me personally, that's unacceptable. That's not a standard that I will allow in my maps. That type of shit right there. So I'm gonna have to find a different solution for this piece here, I think. Unless, actually, I want to. I did it again. I forget I got to hold to get into this menu to do this. So yeah, we'll change the size on the Z. Nope, I'm already fucking that up. Oh yeah, I forgot I have it on its side, so it's the X. I wonder if I can just flatten it completely if that little bump goes away. Let's test that. Boop. Nope, still there. So there... I wonder if it's not that object at all. I'll bet you it's these bastards. Yep. As you kind of see it Even before I get to the lip, yeah, it's that guy. So it's these little prongs here. Well, solutions to problems. This is a simple fix. We'll just undo what I just did to this object real quick, because I kind of liked its thickness before. It added just enough. There's times, I swear to God, I'm hitting the undo button and it doesn't seem like it's doing anything, and I'm afraid to keep hitting it because I don't want it to like actually break my everything. So that's worrisome. Oh, it's doing, because I went with the numerics, it's, okay, that's fine. What we'll do then is just bring this up a hair. I think it's this. Yeah, it used to web buttons to hold to do that. So it's holding both triggers. No, just one trigger. There it is. We'll do that. And actually that kind of works out in a weird way because I didn't like the fact that those slots were low on that lower part, so we can use that to raise up here and make it all nice and ugly again like that, and beautiful things. I might just raise or keep this one the lower one. I do find it weird that there's this strange almost divot in this piece, but technically this was supposed to be the bottom and I just flipped it upside down, so you know, there's gonna be wacky shit. It's got a bevel though there, or like some sort of little slight incline. That's gonna be problematic, I know that already. So we'll get as close, I think, and then we could probably hide some of this wackiness. It might actually even work out. I have a feeling if I were to put some sort of like walling chunk here, it would distract from the eye enough that no one would even notice it. It doesn't seem to affect anything walking over it, so. But I still get a weird, well, okay, that's how I get a weird bump, because that. Let's see if this piece is gone. That's nice and smooth now through there at least. So it was these pieces interacting with the below one. Alright, enough of that. We'll do fine-tune testing in a little later. Just trying to kind of get shapes in place. The fuck? It moved quite a bit. How the fuck did that even happen? I definitely did something to the scale on that piece. Because before it was nice and lined up in here, and now it's an absolute shit mess. And it's lower than it was before too. Like a lot lower. Did I just scale this thing up on accident at some point? I had to have, because it was definitely a much smaller scale, and then it was kicked back out more too. Oh, I love that. I'm so used to. I don't know if anyone's understanding why, like, I'm going for these gaps and stuff. I'm thinking this is Halo 5, where you couldn't just, like, literally fly through fucking objects. You had to actually go around shit. So working in this little nook, I used to have to do in crazy, stupid shit. I'm gonna end up gutting this whole little chunk. I can tell already. It's starting to drive me nuts right now. I liked the main tower, kind of. I think part of it works. Part of it I cannot fucking stand. I love the shape of this lower section here, but I am not gonna most likely keep this. So it is what it is. But I'm gonna go mute for a moment because my children are coming down to say goodnight. So yeah, I'm still gonna be building, but yeah, I shield them from this world for now. Man, this is crazy that it won't let me. When you go really fast with that radio menu, it really doesn't like speedy use of it. I'm sure maybe over time it will be tweaked, but this is feeling incredibly pointless. I'm trying to make this object fit for some reason, and I don't know why. Fuck this thing. Yeah. Fuck that thing. Be gone. Let's go back to what I had. Because I could use other pieces to fill in this voided space here and then build my own columns. This piece down here is great and all, but the textures look like they're from a different game that was, 15 years ago. And then you look at, the ground and everything else, literally, and it doesn't quite match. So it's my own fault, because actually, is that just the grime? Hold on, I might actually be able to fix that ugliness, because I have a feeling that's just that stupid grime layer that is really sloppy looking to begin with. I'm sure there's probably some grime layers that don't look like pixel garbage, or, Pac-Man vomit or something. I don't know. This is just... Fuck is that? Yeah, most of these are not gonna have much of a use for, especially if when you scale an object up like this and it see, that's so weird, man, because now, like, over here it looks, on the left there it looks like it's really clean, but yet on the wall directly in front of me, the flat face on, you could see that there's some fidelity loss. Such an odd thing. We're just going to turn that off. We're going to go clean. Make this shit nice and clean. Because I can always bury it in sand anyways and do other crazier shit. So, I mean, scale-wise, yeah, that immediately looks so much nicer. It's almost too clean now, ironic enough. But it was just way too grimy before, so maybe we'll find a happy medium real quick. Yikes. What did I just do? I hope I didn't break something there. I gotta get used to really committing to holding that and not just trying to quick pop in and out of that. So you got heavy grime, we're not going to be doing that. I'm just using that so I can get a clear view of what the texture is. It is so odd that on that face it's super clean, almost 4K, and then on the face right next to it, it's pixelated. That's really strange. I mean, let's work with the metals. Maybe get some sort of something like that, and then we'll give it a subtle grime to it. This way it's not over the top, but it's not like this shit is brand new. But then again, the Forerunner structures are usually pretty damn clean. I think there's enough grit there that it kind of... It's strange that it's not on that piece. And then here on these edges, look at this bullshit. It's nah, it's just nah, fuck no. In all fairness, I have this object scaled up to some ridiculous fucking size. Huh, okay, so that doesn't even affect that. Does this one do it? There you go, there's your scratches. Actually, now it's time for an experiment. Because the grime might not have been the problem. It might have been the scratches. Yep. Because down here on the lower layer, you want this to be a little bit dirtier down here because it's, you know, ground level. It's not going to be wiped clean by winds and other stuff. You'll have a chance for debris and shit to settle into the nooks in real life. So it has to be a little bit dirtier down here. Plus, it will kind of help sell the whole like darker dungeony corridor-ish section through here. So yeah, it won't be too bad. I'm actually still waiting on my little ones. They haven't popped in yet to ambush me. I have a feeling they're sneaking down the stairs right now, and I can't hear them because I got the headset on, but it is that time. And they're either stalling with brushing their teeth and giving mom a hassle, or they're trying to be little ninjas and sneak up on me. So, we'll see. But overall, yeah, this forge absolutely dunks on all of the previous iterations. They're not even in the same fucking league. Not even remotely fucking close. Like, it was great that the others were awesome and they were fun. And they worked for the time that they were created, but yeah, this is Big Boy Forge. This is the real deal shit right here. I can't even imagine the stuff that people are going to make with this. It's going to get crazy. I just need to learn the damn controls so that they become second nature. I forgot I was hiding that. I was wondering why this was all weird looking. I might actually raise this up even more then, and then I can do like an incline at the front and sides here, which will actually make for interesting grenade play. As you come in, you could use the angle to eat up some of the momentum, so it just kind of parks up on this platform. This section here is going to become problematic, I can tell already. Actually, no, I'm dumb. Let's duplicate this piece right here. This one will actually serve. It's a perfect goddamn piece for this. I like to just eyeball it in at least relatively close to, you know, center point to some degree. I'll tweak it as needed, but for the first second, let's do, oh, wrong axis. Oh yeah, I forgot I got on world, so, what the fuck? There we go. And then we'll, shit, no, that's not at all what I wanted to do. It's not completely what I didn't want to do, but alright, that's just a little out of control. I don't know if that's because I had the speed for the camera movements turned up or not, but that's definitely not going to work out for my needs. And oh, there it is. I'm like, where am I missing here? We're going to shrink this even more. I want this be a bit thinner. And then we'll try and make the rest of these generally symmetrical scales. So we'll bring this up to like, maybe it's looking like mid 80s, probably 85. It's going to do the trick. I can't believe they allow us to do this. This is amazing. That I can stretch in individual directions. This is a dream come true, this type of stuff. As you can take what looks like a regular object. I mean, you could probably even do this with smaller objects and then change the texture on them and make them look like a completely new thing. This is going to get wild what people do with this. I can't even imagine a month from now how many crazy ass maps we're going to have to choose from. 343 should have had this on launch. Even in a relatively rough beta form, they would have kept way more of their population around because the map creators would have been able to bail out 343 from their inability to actually create maps and deliver them to us. So, sorry, I needed to take a drink there. It's just, it's unfortunate that they weren't ready to, that this wasn't ready with launch, because this would have saved them. It could have carried them for 3 or 4 months maybe, and no one would have complained about lack of maps and all that crap, because they would have had a community creating, keeping the player base happy. But instead, the player base left, and I mean, I'm assuming they're going to get a surge for the next week because Forge and the winter stuff has dropped and all that. I haven't even tried the 2 new maps yet. They look all right. This interests me more, just flat out. Just and then you get beautiful effects like that as they fuse through each other, and then I can just line it up a little bit better, and yeah. And then this will tell me too if my scale is all fucked up, which it clearly is. It looks like I can probably go up into the range of like maybe almost 100 by 100. Or I could stretch these in this direction more so than the other direction. I don't want that poking out though. Kind of like that right there. And then this way I could always extend these columns up through. They aren't quite at the same angle, which is kind of weird considering the root objects are pretty much the same. And I kind of ruined some of the interesting ability to potentially drop in below. I don't think this object's going to work out. The more I look at it, the more, yeah, the less I like it. Yep, go away. This has some, for some odd reason, with this openness, it's kind of pretty. I think these thinner platforms might be the way to go with this center point. I'm just worried about it being too powerful for people holding like up here, being able to just absolutely dominate the center point of the map here. But then again, if I leave it open, people with grappling hooks too can come up from below right up into the upper floors too. So you have a potential for some interesting gameplay. And they could arc nades up and people can arc them down too. Clearly, the high ground's going to have a bit of an advantage. It's high ground. In any scenario, tactically, having the high ground is usually going to put you in some degree of an advantage. But yeah, well, I think we might find a way to just put smaller padding up here, like clean up this thing that I should be falling into, but because the object is so ridiculous, and this is technically the part you're supposed to shove in the ground, um, they didn't make that divot actually be a recessed chunk. Plus, I scaled that thing up so goddamn much. It was a fairly large column to begin with. I don't think this was default size. I think even this one was scaled up. But this one is absurd. There's probably, I don't even know. Let's see. Yeah, there's a bit under the ground, as you can see. Just a tiny bit. I love it. This is it. I love that we could just go through things now. It's so good. So fucking good. I'm never gonna get bored of that. It just makes me happy to not have to go through these little grooves and work in like this nook to try and check everything. I can just kind of hang out in this wall and yeah, work with what I want. That's fucking great. All right, back to focus. So wait, is MP multiplayer? What the hell is this difference? Because it seems like, oh, non-telescoping material swaps are not allowed. Okay, so those have literally no interest for me. Um, they don't allow me to stretch them and manipulate them and break them. So yeah, there's no fun in that. Let's see. That is such a glorious object. I know I used it there on that other platform, but I might actually just mirror it here in the center. It's got a beautiful shape. I love trapezoidal shapes. They kind of fit with a lot of the old Halo stuff too. That I tend to my style originates from the old Covenant structures and some of the early Forerunner structures, and like Halo 3 maybe, and 2 even for that matter. But mostly, I would say my early influences of those is like the old Covenant stuff is 3. 2 and 3 is definitely the Covenant influence for me, and then Forerunner. I don't completely hate Halo 5's Forerunner structures, actually. They're kind of nice. But, yeah, I much. Some of the older ones had a certain style. I mean, come on, Valhalla. Like, what the fuck, you know? Like, it doesn't even get more classic than that. See, but again, there, I have this problem where this thing is just too big for the center space. I don't want to completely cap that lower bit. It just I'm limiting potential flow and routes then, and I don't want to do that. So we're gonna stub this thing up a bit, and then we're gonna shrink it on the Y as well. It's just so good that we can actually do this. It's like live modeling in a weird way, but you know, I have all the nice lighting and textures already active, so I can really visually see what I'm doing in real time, which is kind of fucking amazing. Especially considering this is within a game. It's not even technically software designed to do this. I mean, I guess it sort of is. Alright, duplicate, and I'm gonna look at this way and put it that way. I'm sure there's probably a way to just snap these pieces together. I mean, magnets on would probably help a lot with that. I'm just scared to hit that. You know what, let's try it. Let's see what we're doing here. See if we can get. Oh, so it's set it for that individual object only, unfortunately. So, unless I activated magnets on this one, I'm assuming. No, Okay, so that literally meant nothing. Alright, well that's good news. I didn't miss out on anything there. What the hell was that? That was weird. I do have magnets off, right? Nope, they're on. Okay. There we go. It's a little bit cleaner. Now let's see what this is like for a platform. Because at least there's a bit of an overhang then, so it's kind of a bit of a blind spot. They can't just be completely screwed from above. The upper floor is still going to have a massive advantage there. And I'll have to find a way to mitigate some of that. But then again, if you're running around in the tiny little bits and below, and up here you're really not going to have a lot of space to maneuver. So if you get caught in some shit, there's a good chance you're going to be in some trouble. You do get caught on that. Does that happen on all the sides? No, over here it doesn't. So that one sticks out too much on that side specifically. Okay, well that was a nice discovery. It's probably out just a hair too far. That should probably do it. Yeah, because this way it bumps you out automatically. I'm just trying to get caught on it. Just grinding into the wall right now. Ah, see, if you come around that corner just right, you can get stuck. You almost have to lean in hard on it, though. I wonder if that will work on this. Yeah. I mean, you probably shouldn't be facing the wall anyways, but yeah, I don't kind of like... I'm not a big fan of getting stuck on shit at any point. You want really smooth transfer. Like here, I'm going to have to put in a little lip, little angular ramp towards the front section here. I'll probably tie in some sort of build off structure that kind of wraps this thing and then goes vertically. Plus it will make so that, you know, some people with harpoons can do some crazy web swinging sort of shit. There's some potential there then. But yeah, there's no plan here. I mean, this whole thing might just get deleted on a fucking whim. It's just, yeah. For now, just kind of experimenting, having some fun with this. Back into the Forerunner stuff. Got any other interesting little blocks? These angular ones, because it's such a soft angle, they could be useful, but also really difficult to work with. Don't know for sure on that, how I feel about that one yet. Like, it's a nice looking piece. I definitely dig these little slots on the one side. I don't know, this bumpy chunk is going to potentially be problematic here at the bottom, but I mean, it could be a nice looking piece. I am curious to see, let's elongate this fucking, god damn it, dude. That radial needs to be just a hair more responsive. Just a tiny bit. Because that's going to drive me fucking nuts otherwise, because I constantly am in here and I let go too fast. I just want the menu quick. I'm just being too fast about it. Oh, no, not the Y. We're actually going to shrink the Y because I want it to kind of fit onto those other columns. And on the Z, we're going to stretch this motherfucker, I don't know, maybe double the scale. I want to see what happens to the texture when I do this. Let's make it an even number, so I'm at least working with pretty clean numerics here. Yeah, we'll do 1650. I do like that it scales and also kind of remap some of the texture. It depends, I guess. I wonder if, are those changeable as well? Let's turn that scratch off because I know damn well as it scales up, it's becomes problematic. Alright, so I'm assuming that's probably the Forerunner metal swatch here. Oh, wow. You can actually just straight up swap it out. That's fucking amazing. There's your light bridge. I could turn this into essentially a light object. That's crazy. What the fuck, dude? This is not what I expected. In the best possible way, though. I'm going to keep it simple because it's a relatively soft texture, and that's kind of what I need right now. So we're just going to rough this in real quick. Come on. Or it's going to be incredibly stubborn and not want to move. What did I do? Did I break it? Is this one of those other wacky ass objects that are in like a non-phase state? Yep. There we go. There's a problem right there. Because it's still a static object, so it should still be a solid object, as opposed to it being, usually when you read phased, it kind of means you're going to go completely through it in a lot of cases. See, I told you that goddamn bump was going to be a problem. I fucking knew it. You might be able just to sit it up on top here and make use of it as an actual in the end, yeah, that's just not going to work there. Let's drop this in. It's okay because those I can get rid of by changing this. God, see, man? I clearly am hitting it and it's just not registering. I think that will be the x-axis. I can get rid of that and just melt it into the wall. Even at 15? Hell yeah, I can. Cool. Alright. Well, that certainly will probably work just fine. If I could hit the platform I wanted to be on, yeah, that'd be great. And then you should probably have a little ledge. That is problematic to some degree. Depending on the game type, this could be a massive fucking edge here. Yeah, this is not great, but also kind of cool at the same time. I do like how it fused into this piece here. It feels right, like it kind of merges with it nicely. At the bottom there, it's not quite perfect. I could always put like a little bar hidden in here to kind of break that up. But I think that slight angle outwards will make for an interesting shape when it comes to the, like, kind of like a cap sort of piece. Or I can come back in. So this way you have, if you're far away, it opens up on either side, and this way you can see up the center nice and clear, and it allows you to see the tower and make this place feel gigantic. But then it also has the lines that draw you back up to a kind of focal point. Yeah, that might actually work. We'll see once we get the other four in place there, and yeah, see if this actually works. Because you never know. Sometimes it might look cool as just one sitting there, but then yeah, put in the other four, and you're just like, oh my god, no, this is fucking pure cancer. Get rid of this shit. So, and the best part, oh my word, I didn't even think about that. I don't know why. So by hovering over this, it gives me the stats now. Oh my god, that is the most amazing thing. Because now I can see my position for the height of the object, and I can immediately see if these two are at the same height on the z-axis there. Oh wow, that is fantastic job, 343. Straight up, just fantastic. There's so many little quality of life things that are going to speed up forging once I become fluid with this newer system. People are going to be able to just fucking crank maps out. And they're going to be in much higher detail than previous ones, too. Alright, so let's buy the second line. Sorry, I was just memorizing the texture in my brain. It looks like I'm pretty damn close to exactly where I wanted to be with that. It's a little off center. Yeah, it is. This is where I'll do some of the fine tweaking. Because then I won't have to mess around with it on the other side quite as bad. I wonder if I could put a center-based object, like a primitive in the middle, and use that as a pivot point to rotate these other two off of. Um, I think I'm just overcomplicating it. I'm sure I could, but and just it's probably unnecessary. Okay, so it's going to be an X push, and voila. There we go. That's that. And now we can just do this, and yeah, duplicate. Those gotta come down. I think my number was, what the fuck was that? 573.92. We're gonna have to do some fine tuning on that. Vertical height. The fuck? Oh, okay. No, wait, what? Am I looking at it wrong? Because those numbers down there aren't matching. It must be global position. Interesting. If these are both those and these are that. Why? Why do you hate me, game? Why you gotta be a bastard like that? I'll bring the other ones up to match this if that's the case. And then we'll just do a little rotation on this bad boy because I have it set on 45-degree rotation currently, which you can also change, by the way. You could tweak it so it's less or more, it flips 180s all day or whatever, you know. You can really knock through stuff quite quick, actually, in this surprisingly efficient way to build. And I'm using a goddamn controller. I can't even imagine people that adjust with mouse and keyboard on this. They're gonna just be ripping. I mean, I'm sure there's, to some degree, it was designed around with controllers in mind, because a lot of people are going to be using this on Xbox and stuff, where I'm using it on my PC through Xbox, but still. Crossplay, man. It's the future. That's really not right. Does it seem off? Like that texture? Oh my god, yeah, is it way off? It's the shiny metal. It's actually making it kind of hard to judge dead center on this. I should probably just look at different line groups then. That's not right. It's pretty close. Yeah, essentially, just, yeah. I mean, just to get an idea of what I'm working with here. Yeah, these ledges are probably going to become problematic at some point, where I'll have to figure out something to make that not a thing. Because otherwise, the people up there are going to have, wow, I just noticed at certain sun angles that grime texture I put on here, that bit of concrete is almost too, for a Forerunner structure, that's not how they roll. That's just not their thing. So we'll change that real quick. I actually should drop my camera back down to stick with that so I can see that look. Alright, where is it? The grime is down here somewhere. And hello, everyone that's watching right now. How are your evenings going? Hopefully well, at least. This stuff is kind of fun. I'm assuming if you're tuning in and watching me build maps, you have at least a curiosity or enjoy this type of stuff a little bit. So I highly recommend playing around with this if you get an opportunity to do so. I've been waiting for what seems like forever for this to come out, so yeah, I'm going to be spending like the next week deep diving into this, at least the next week, probably considerably longer. I just got to make sure to, you know, manage a life play balance so this doesn't start consuming things, and yeah, because it's a slippery slope creating. It can happen real goddamn fast. Because, I mean, what? I didn't even, this does not feel like I've been streaming an hour and 30 minutes. Like, there's no way. It's just crazy how fast time gets away from you when you're doing this type of stuff. This center area, I'm going to put, actually, let's address that right now. Let's get our sightline blocker in place. Something that I can, I'm so happy they gave us both the door types, the blue and red. Then again, you could probably just swap out colors on them and make them whatever the hell color you want. It seems like most of the objects are pretty capable of some stuff like that. These hex pillars will probably be perfect for the middle. I mean, it is a hex, but it just seems like the obvious choice, which is why I'm not going to choose it. So. There's a couple potential candidates there. Ooh. Oh. What does the underside look like? That is usable. I mean, look at this. This shit's fucking beautiful. But we're going to do this because I don't use pieces correctly. It's just not something I'm known for. So first thing I did in all the old forges is take the building, flip it upside down, and shove half of it in the ground and see what it looks like. Like you end up with some really interesting results using the pieces improperly. And it's going to get even crazier now because you can scale. So like this stuff, I'm going to try and just get it leveled up to the top here so we get a nice... Yeah, see, and it adds a nice interest to that, and then just above that line, I want that line to disappear. Now we're going to do some scaling fun. Let's see, get a good angle for this so I can get a decent look at what's happening. God, that radial wheel needs to be more responsive. I need it to be snappier. Just a hair more responsive on that one. The hell values am I messing with? Oh, okay, the Forerunner matter. Let's see. I think Z needs to increase, so we'll stretch it a bit. Probably more than a bit. I love that the textures kind of stretch along with the object, but you still want to line it up in a way that makes sense. Alright, that should do it. And then fatten this up a tiny bit so it kind of is a bit more chunky. Actually, we might make this like a full-on just capper piece. I think that actually works out really nice like that. Depth-wise, I can't tell from this angle, so I'm not going to commit to that yet. Huh. That might actually work out quite nicely. Let's drop in and see what it actually looks like. Because I'm trying to mimic a lot of the A-frame shapes that Forerunner structures have. They have these angle, and I mean, you see it in their doors, especially. Oh shit, you can actually do call out points in this. That's so weird. But yet my damn grenades don't fucking respawn. Okay, I was gonna say, is that gonna stay there? That would drive me nuts. Yeah, I think that could work. I mean, it's not centered properly, but overall I don't completely hate that. And it could keep some... If I really because if I really stretched it, I'd ruin this beautiful column bit here. But it would also kind of solve this ledge problem. I could probably solve the ledge problem in a couple other ways. Maybe do an angular piece that flows down like a really steep angle so it just slips people off. I am noticing that there's some wacky lighting shit happening with this lower object here. Probably doesn't help that it's not a tiny object, that it's actually a giant pillar well, it wasn't a giant pillar. It was a relatively, large pillar, but I stretched it, made it gigantic, so. Because I really liked this shape right here that they had, and it saved me from manually having to create all of these fucking complex angles. I can basically add pieces onto them and hide some of the blandness. That's probably what I'll end up doing. I'll do some like copper inserts on some of these bits here or something, just like a millimeter thick pieces that just add a layer of detail and depth. Kind of like how you have this copper inlay. We'll probably do something similar on the inner piece here, so that it ties in both the tower and that. I like the silver with the copper on the desert. It just it has a pleasing look. I like the warm tones. It works well with the map. So yeah. For not having any plan here and just throwing shit together, it's slowly getting there. There's some potential here. At the very least, I might end up with a prefab chunk that I can throw out to the community and let them have some fun with. So, it's whatever. If it ever turns into a map, we'll see, but for right now, we're just building. Playing around with the new forge. I don't think I'm going to duplicate this one. Like I did the last one where I had to individually rotate everything. Getting the depth, I just realized, is going to be problematic because I have no marker. I mean, having the height is nice, but how far it's sticking into the object? Where's a marker line? Wait, is that part of that column? Nope, these are smooth. There's no fucking lines, son of a bitch. It's weird that not in full light you can't see this this texture. It's that clean. There we go. There's my lines. So this bottom corner is how I will line it up. So at the basically where this angle comes down and hits the elbow here is pretty much flush with the back of this upper piece. So that's how I'll line up my depth. So that goes like this, basically. It's just a little bit past and that's it. Boom. And this, now that I just ruined the depth, I'm going to have to do that again. Lovely. Because I'm working on damn angles like a fool, but it's whatever. I gotta take a look at it. Oh shit! All right, not bad. It's not on at all by any means. Actually, this one's actually cleaner than the other one. It does kind of sit into the top a little weird. Like I don't know if I'm quite happy with this like abrupt hard line, especially coming off of a relatively smooth. But then again, this is pretty high up vertically. I doubt anyone's gonna. It does have a slight coloration difference, the way it catches the lighting. So that means I'll probably have to add an extension piece on the back spine here to kind of make it all tie in, or maybe just stretch it through the back might be an easier solution. I just don't, yeah, because this is that pillith piece. Yeah, I think that's probably the smarter choice. I wonder if we can do them both at the same time. Let's see how badly this fucks it up. No, because they're facing different directions. That would be a terrible, terrible choice. Then again, this has nothing to do with... You know what? We're going to try it. We can always undo it. I'm just curious to see... Oh no, that answered the question immediately. Size adjustment is gone now. Okay. Well, that answers that. Is that the right axis? I could have swore. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a better way to line this up. I'll probably end up using this piece to butt it up against the edge of this light as like kind of a marker. This way, I would like some of that to stick out a bit more though, would be nice. I gotta actually look at the two. I don't know about that piece at all anymore. The more I look at it, the less I like the way some of it behaves here. We're gonna fatten it up even more and see what we can do. If anything, I'll just scrap it if I really don't like it. That's the kind of nice thing about a lot of people work from the blockouts, and it is a good habit to have. We're just free flowing right now. I have literally no plan. I don't know what pieces I'm going to use. I don't even know what the fuck kind of map this is going to be. If it's going to be symmetrical, asymmetric, whatever. There's no plan here. I'm just kind of playing because I've missed forging, honestly. This is something I really enjoy, but I just couldn't do Halo 5 anymore. I couldn't. I walked away from it a while ago, and yeah. I don't go back to video games usually. Once I'm gone, I'm gone. There's only forward for me, so, you know, it's, I'm not a go back and play retro games from 20 years ago shit. Like, nah, I played them back then. I'm good. I'm not fucking good. I'm done. I have no interest in reliving that. Okay. See, now this actually solved... it didn't solve shit. Because I would have to tilt it now to create... damn it. I really love this piece right here at the top. but I do not like this vertical extension. I could tilt this thing, but then I gotta do that. I could always just delete that one and duplicate this one. That might be a solution for this problem, because I really do like what that does there. Let's see what that looks like when I'm at actual scale. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, that has to happen. So yeah, we're gonna tilt this thing. I probably should adjust the camera in a way that, because once you're in this menu, I can't for the life of me figure out a way to adjust the camera. So yeah, so I basically would have to back out and pick a much better view that actually makes sense for what I'm trying to do, and then do this. I'm gonna tuck that thing in a lot more. Alright, so there, that should work. Now we get to see how it ruined the front. Actually, not too bad. And I kind of like that it changed the angle of this to a little bit more of a vertical lean then. Because it doesn't feel like it's closing in on you as much as this one over here does. It opens the space, the line up just enough. It's not a huge change, but you could see it opens. It completely opens on the right as opposed to the left, even though I'm basically, here, let's stand dead center so we can see the difference. It's a minor difference, but it does kind of make it feel more open because this angle is a little wider as opposed to this one, which is just pretty much harsh. So yeah, that works. Random problem solved. So that means dump that one into the ocean and then grab this one and duplicate. I gotta grab something to drink real quick. Alright, there we go. A little bit better. Fucking talking so much. And, yeah, drying me out. Uh-oh. New problem. I don't know why I didn't think about that prior. I mean, I could always... Yeah, it's not too bad, actually. All I have to do is take a look at this piece right... Whoop. There might be an easier... Because now they have this beautiful data right here at the bottom of your screen, so you can see the pitch. Is a 12-degree pitch. I think just for ease of, we're just going to we're going to flatten that back out to 0 so that when I rotate it like this on the 45s, it won't do any weird yaw and shit that I have to fix. I'll only have to do the 12-degree as opposed to having to fix multiple axes. So yeah, that's a much better solution. And actually it's a lot easier to align this piece too because of the way that the angle is, or was on the other. Is this piece angled different? What the fuck? Oh yeah, I'm a moron is what it is. Okay. I don't have the yaw in place yet. So we'll do that. I think for time's sake we're just going to duplicate all of these and just get them as a flat lined up. You know, just roughly placed in. Nope. for just roughly getting it in the ballpark. We'll do the fine tuning in a moment here because I don't even have. Just out of curiosity, I want to see if I can do the pitch on all three at the same time. So wait, it would be a negative 12 then in this case. Goddamn 3 for 3. You guys, holy shit. You're doing some fucking amazing design choices here. Like, this is, I'm sure as the weeks go on, I'm going to find even more things like what just happened there. And yeah, this is going to become even easier and faster, and I can't even imagine how quick and efficient it's going to become to build maps in this. I can see already some of these improvements, just how much they're going to improve the workflow of people. I'm just eyeballing this shit right now. Because realistically, these are pretty high up. For some reason, this one does not want to line up the same as the others. I'm assuming it's because the column itself that I'm trying to fuse it into isn't lined up properly. And so, I mean, that's pretty goddamn close that the naked eye is certainly not going to notice that. Normally, if I was taking this map like ultra serious, I probably would tweak that till it's perfect. In fact, I wouldn't even be doing this. I would have built one column and duplicated this column plus this piece, so I didn't have to do all this individual shit, which is what I should have done, but I also didn't, you know, I have no plan here. I don't know what I'm building. I'm just kind of taking objects and doing random shit with them. Like even this, I'm not completely sold on. I don't hate it, but it's just something. The top especially here, that's a no. This is a hard no. I'll probably cap it with a flat object and hide this angular piece at the top, and then I'll run the flat edge down into this edge here. So this entire angled chunk up here will be hidden inside of an object. So it will cap it nice and flat. It will make it look a lot cleaner. And then I'll have all these kind of wonderful angles still working in my favor. Because overall, it's not a bad shape. But we don't actually know until we're on the ground. Oh yeah. Okay. I like things that make you feel tiny. That's something I've always loved about Halo games that I think a lot of shooters do not capitalize on very well, is things that make you feel just small and insignificant. It adds, I mean, there's really not a lot of space going on here. I mean, you could run around this circle in a matter of probably 5-6 seconds. Yeah, you know, it's really not a lot of time. But yet when you're here, standing looking at this, you just feel like you're so fucking small and this is gigantic. And there's really not a lot of space that's happening, but because of these vertical elements and just the scale of them, you feel like a tiny little thing running around a much larger structure than it actually is. Because the play space itself really isn't anything gigantic there. It's just you have all of these other elements that are pulling upward and just towering over you. You just can't help but to feel a little tiny next to it. And I like stuff like that. It's maybe we'll just mirror this piece, just straight up duplicate it, and then slap it inside itself. Pull it vertical and scale it up. Because it's a double piece, of course. Why can't I ever just do things easy? I always gotta make myself have more work than I need to. Okay, well fine, fuck you then. I'll just do this. I can tell already I'm not going to be a fan of this solution, but I'm going to do it anyways just to see what it looks like to generally get the concept in place. I wish this was yeah, I don't like that. It almost needs a ring type of shape here. I do like the thickness of these, but I don't like that the inside doesn't have a hexagonal like cutout. So we're gonna have to find something else to suit our needs. Unfortunately for that, that's just not gonna work for what I'm going for, I guess. Even though I don't really have any idea what the hell I'm going for, but I'm not feeling what that was right there. So. Oh, that's a light bridge piece. That might actually work. It's a little too square on those corners, so that these ones are kind of nice. God damn it! It has to have that little asymmetric bit in it. Yeah, it's not gonna fly. I mean, technically this could potentially work if I were to flip it sideways, duplicate it, and then not do that, and then flip something like that. Let's put these guys together. So, and then you get some really interesting little elements too happening. Though, there's your overlapping texture pops. So to get around stuff like that, what you're going to want to do is offset one of them by just a hair, by a single point. Most people won't notice the little divot dent and stuff. Well, in this case, it's actually very noticeable, but in some cases, you can get really tiny movements and not a lot of change. Honestly, for this application, this might work because the players are never going to be up here. I just want this ugly bit to be kind of hidden slightly. And it's going to work out that these are running vertical because then I can do a tie-in to the center, maybe have some sort of crazy-ass energy beam sort of vibe up the center there. This piece that I just, essentially created sort of works for this application. Hell yeah. I knew what kind of shape I wanted and what I needed from it, so that helped, but check below, because this is the part that's going to be seen by the player, so this is the part that for me really is important. I think we'll allow a little bit of the bevel to show like that, because this way it looks like it's, yeah, I like that. At least right now as a placeholder, I don't completely hate that. Let's flip this bad boy. So my position on this one. So it's a Y. So I need 3962. The other bits I'm gonna just have to kind of eyeball in. Huh. Did it do that on this other one? That's kind of strange. See, there has to be something off with one of my columns. Because this shouldn't be doing that. Unless I didn't align one of these or forgot. That one's actually sticking back a little farther compared to the others. Yep. So we're gonna push you forward just a hair. God damn it, it's this one. That's why. This one is the one that didn't quite align properly. Which is odd. Very, very odd. It's whatever. I'm not going for perfection right now. I'll come back through. This is essentially as close to a block out phase as I get. I don't really do primitives that I swap in for all this other pieces. That just, it's fucking silly to me. This is essentially block out is what I'm doing now without, you know, doing really basic shapes. I know everyone has their methods, but yeah, that's... I think I just realized why these aren't lining up the same way, though, because technically I would have to... Motherfucker. Flip. No. No. Okay, it's just being a bastard right now. No. Okay, well, fuck you too, piece. Oh, so that's how you... Jesus, it's that easy to create a prefab? I didn't even actually know how you do that. That's interesting. Oh, that's worrisome. So that does roll them as individuals. I was curious on how that would work. Alright. Undo that shit. Honestly, getting them in the ballpark is going to just be good enough for now. This one over here is being a son of a bitch. And now over here, it's the exact fucking different problem. We're gonna just do a little trickery, and I'm gonna extend this piece individually and see if I can be sneaky with it. It's probably a terrible idea what I'm doing, and the issue is probably in the column as opposed to in this capper piece, but up top here, it's so high up that it's got that interior light though, and it's got a very easy to count texture. I don't think anyone will notice, to be honest. It's literally just a tiny inch change like that. For the most part, yeah, that's gonna fool most people's eyes. They're not gonna see it. I can always come back through. And then these I'm going to tie into something, some sort of mid-level type of structure. So you'll have a lower floor, middle height, like kind of a subfloor in between the lower and upper. And then this way you have 3 tiers of vertical height, and then you'll have my pathing rule that I like to follow is 3 ways in. So you have your center route, you have your left, and you have your right route. So this way you always have a potential flanking route that's open for the team. It's much it adds to the map flow. You usually end up with like kind of a circular flow pattern to the combat, based on, at least in Slayer. In the team game types, it also helps, but um, in Team Slayer, especially anything that's I guess on team-oriented games it works just fine. There shouldn't be any real issues. A free-for-all, it definitely lends itself better to that rule, because it always allows for the spawn points to keep shifting in almost a circular manner as people chase each other around this multi-pronged system of like routes and layouts. At one point in my life, I considered doing this shit professionally. I do not, by the way, if anyone is curious about that. This is just pure hobby for me. This is what I do when I'm bored. So I chose to do corporate graphics at the time, because when I was doing college and stuff like that, video game development wasn't even a fucking option yet in colleges. So it was prior to most of having any degree of coursework as an option. I did reconsider it later in life, but at that time I really didn't. At that time, actually, I ended up with my son. So I had the option to potentially go to school or take care of my child, and I chose the latter. So, and I do not regret that. Motherfucker means everything to me. This stuff is cool and all, and at some point, yeah, maybe I'll revisit potentially doing this for a living at some point. But right now, I'm content with just building cool shit in Forge and having some fun on stream, and it keeps it pretty low pressure, which is kind of nice. Not gonna lie. Let's see. This piece might make a reappearance at some point. I like the triangle, the three-pronged nature of it. What the hell? Oh, okay, because they're all phased pieces. That's why it's putting them over there. It's allowing them to phase through. What are you? Oh, okay. It's the piece I used over here for these paths. Which now, looking at them, I could technically thicken them up on, what would that be? The x-axis? Oh, I already did. Yeah, they're much chunkier than their friend here. Yeah. We're gonna get rid of that guy. I don't need that piece. It's kind of unfortunate because this piece fits quite well in the center there. I just don't want to use the piston too much. It's a gorgeous piece. Don't get me wrong. This thing is fucking gorgeous. What up, Ray? How you doing? I just, I'm worried. I don't like a lot of repetitive pieces, so it's just one of those things. I'm a picky bastard when it comes to forging. Doing good, good. Did you stream tonight, by chance? Or are you just, getting home from work and all that good stuff? Oh, and for anyone watching this chat at a later date, this is Ray of Sunshine. She's an Apex Slayer. She just stacks bodies on a regular, so you should definitely check out her Twitch channel. She's fucking cool, chill ass human being, and yeah, you should really subscribe and check out her stuff. Editing, fun, fun, fun. And work, of course. We got bills to pay. We had a bit of a scare today. The car was doing some goofy shit this morning. We had a check engine light came on. But, yeah, that's already been solved. So, yeah. Still no fun. Don't like that shit. Thankfully, it was only a $25 issue and not like $1,000 issue. So, that was nice. Lucked out in that regard. Seriously though, I'm fucking done with car shit. After like last year, we had a whole bunch of car issues, and we ended up picking up this used vehicle. It's relatively newish, but it's still used, and I got a pretty shady vibe from the dealership. It wasn't gonna be my choice of place to purchase a car from, but it's also not in my name, so yeah, it is what it is. And I'm still just waiting for the other shoe to drop. I think it's just because life likes to let me walk up a few stairs and then kick me down a bunch of them. So like I'm always waiting for that other shoe to drop. I just know it's coming at some point. I don't focus on it, but I know it's there. So I'm just waiting. I know it's coming. Ouch. Jesus. Yeah, deer man are brutal. I'm sorry to hear that. Was any of it recoverable through insurance? Oh my god. Dude, now that's. Uh... See? Yep. So it sounds like you live a life similar to me then, you know? Like here's all this awesome stuff. Just kidding, yoink, fucking pull the carpet out from under you. Like it's the world's a motherfucker sometimes, that's for sure. You've hit three? Holy shit. Oh, okay. Well, I guess at least it worked out. I'm glad to hear that. It could have been, the way some insurance companies roll is not the greatest. So yeah, I'm over here just creating random shit. Total only one car out of three. So yeah, all right. Yeah, it could be worse. Yeah, we were in a. I've been in a car where we hit a deer at like near 45, 50 miles an hour, somewhere around there, and it peeled most of the front right part of the car back clear into the passenger seat almost. Crumpled the dashboard in and everything. And we were going up to do a snowmobiling trip up in Michigan, and we were going up through Wisconsin when this happened. And yeah, dude, it was like hitting a goddamn solid object. It just peeled the fucking car. It was insane, and this was a metal car too. It was, I guess the frame or the shell was plastic, but still, it warped, and the fucking thing ran off into the woods, man. That is a rugged creature. I'm sure it died, but it didn't die on the spot. It did all of that damage to the car and somehow still limped the fuck off into nowhere. Yeah, they're just one of the solidest goddamn creatures. You never want to crash into those things. That's for damn certain. Your car will lose. I don't even understand, they're just got to be because they're so lean. They're just like all goddamn muscle. There's no fat on those fucking things. Yeah, this shit's getting crazy. I mean, this forge is unbelievably good. I'm gonna duplicate this piece so I don't ruin that one that I have right there because it's kind of in the right spot. But like, look at this shit. You could not take this piece in the past and do this stuff. I can make it ultra fucking tiny, or let me scale out a little bit, or we could stretch it to like the size of a fucking mountain. It just keeps going. Like, just, I mean, and the textures surprisingly hold up pretty fucking well. Like, it's just, it's madness. I mean, and that thing is gigantic. Just to give you an idea of scale, like that thing is not tiny. So, yeah, and the fact that you can do this all in real time with the textures running, all the lighting running, it's crazy, and it doesn't break or even bog down my system at all. Uh, yeah, I used to be a forger. I was a pretty well-known one back in the day in the communities, and then I just stopped and moved on to other things. I tend to do that a lot. It's a bad habit of mine. I just always find things that interest me, and I'm like, oh, what's that shiny thing over there? I want to learn more about that, and off I go. So it's it's a it's good and bad. It's left me with a lot of random skill sets, but it also I lack any really mastered level skills aside from maybe art, and maybe a few other things. But yeah, it's the way I am. I can't help it. But then again, I kind of prefer it this way because this way I know a little bit about almost everything. It's really hard to find subject matter that I can't weigh in a little bit on and talk about. Um, Almost anything. You can dive into quantum physics, massage. You could talk about sewing. You can go into some really obscure shit, veterinary stuff or doula related crap. Like I know a little bit about all of it. It kind of is really useful too because I'm able to connect dots that people that are like masters and experts in certain things because they're such on they have that tunnel vision and they only really know about that subject matter. They can't really connect some of the obscure dots that don't seem like they're connected in any way. Especially like when people were talking about like the environmental issues in the world. I was seeing other patterns that weren't matching up with what the mainstream media was selling, and I was just like, wait, but the magnetic poles are shifting, and we're also overdue for some other events. There's been a lot of flares from the sun, and yeah, it's the bigger picture is correct. Like I'm able to see that. I'm not the best at honing in on like some of the really meticulous details and especially remembering them, like when it comes to scientific names and stuff. Yeah, I get completely outclassed in that stuff. But I understand the gist. So, okay. So yeah, I don't know. It kind of makes sense, I guess. It's probably why I was gravitating towards like you, and it seems like a couple people in our circle around Fuzzy and that whole group are kind of in that same lane. We're kind of master of none, but skilled in a shitload of categories. So yeah, I've been having fun with this shit. I've been looking forward to this for a year now. God, I wish they would have had this when Infinite released because it would have helped them keep a lot of their population. They would not have bled population the way they did because they would have actually been content to keep people playing the fucking game. But instead, we had the same three maps for like 6, 7 months or some bullshit. And oh, they were, regularly adding to the cosmetic section. Here's these microtransactions that nobody wants to pay for because they're overpriced as fuck for like really like 10 different variants of green. It's just like fucking stupid choices from a business perspective, and it just really gutted their population. Yeah, yeah, that's how I felt too. Because overall the game is fantastic. The gunplay is probably some of the best in almost any of the Halos. I think it's right there with Halo 2. It really is on par with my favorite of all time Halo. Um, it just there was nothing to do. I got tired of playing the same fucking maps a month into the game. I was bored. There was no game types, and especially some of the classic game types that literally everyone asks for in every version of fucking Halo. How the fuck is Infection not a default game type? Like, straight up. Like, literally, no matter what, every goddamn fucking Halo, the customs community always makes a version of Infection, and it is one of the most popular game types. People play the living shit out of it. But yet, somehow it hasn't become a default game type. I just don't fucking get it. I really don't understand the logic over there sometimes, man. It's like, do these people creating these fucking games even listen to the community or play the fucking video games? Like, I mean, I understand this is time intensive to create all of this shit. I'm gonna probably drop hundreds, maybe thousands. Yeah, I sadly think that's true. You play one title that does though. You play Apex, and that's Respawn, and those guys, that's my old Call of Duty team, man. That's Infinity Ward's OGs right there. Those are the people that originally made Modern Warfare, and then they broke off from Infinity Ward and all that crap, and they went and made Respawn, and then they came out with Titanfall, and now they got Apex. Those dudes are still masters of their craft. They have probably the best shooter designers in the industry, I would say. I would give them that credit because everything they touch is fucking gold. Titanfall was goddamn amazing. Apex is a fantastic fucking title. It's just they know what the fuck they're doing, and they do pay attention to their community a bit more than some of the others. Oh, is the audio jank? Oh, see, I didn't know that. It happens, I guess. But that gunplay is buttery smooth. I mean, that Apex gunplay looks clean as fuck. It's right up there with the Bungie product, you know? Oh, okay. So listen to the pro guys mostly. Yeah. Yeah, that movement. It's super clean. It's really fast paced. That's one thing I was noticing with the new Modern Warfare. I was watching some footage of Modern Warfare 2, the one that just came out. You look slow as fuck. Like the way the players move, I don't completely hate it, but when you have a lot of these hyper shooters now, like Apex, and you have these really fast movement schemes in a ton of these games, it when you see Modern Warfare, it looks like the dude's running in fucking slow motion. It's like holy shit. Yeah, it's like holy hell, man. Something just looks off. Because I think we've all been conditioned now to this a little bit faster gameplay loop, especially in Apex. Holy shit, with all the slide and like different movement mechanics, you can zip all over the damn place in that game. I really enjoy watching you play and your crew play. Honestly, you guys fucking mop teams. It's enjoyable. It reminds me of some of the groups I play with sometimes. So. At some point, I'm gonna hop in with Obi and Rubber gloves and probably play a little bit with them, and maybe at some point, maybe fill in on an empty slot for you one of these evenings on Apex. I haven't played Apex since like the first couple weeks that it released, though, so I'm gonna be absolute dog shit and probably not have any of the good stuff if there is unlockables that give you an edge. I won't have any of it, so yeah that will be frustrating in that regard. But overall, my shooter skills aren't. I'm a little rusty because I haven't done competitive play, but yeah, I mean, I'll hop in the backpack for an evening. That's fine. I don't give a shit. Right on your shoulder. It's all right. But in the end, I'm usually make tactically sound decisions at least, so I won't be like running out in the open field like a retard, just getting my face shot off. So yeah, you won't have to worry about that with me. I am a tactical player, so like I'm not going to be putting myself in a position that's yeah, just leaving me hung out to dry like a moron. That's one thing I notice is excessive in the Call of Duty community. Like the Call of Duty people, man, they'll just keep running through the same door. You know the guy's camping the fucking door, and you're gonna die because there's no way you're making it through that door. But they just keep running through it. They just go full in, man. Fucking YOLO all goddamn day. Just Leroy Jenkins that shit. It's the craziest fucking phenomenon when I see players doing that. Like, I just don't understand the mindset behind that type of player. It's like, did you think it was going to work out differently when you tried the exact same tactic for the 10th fucking time? Like, I mean, come on. You didn't throw a flashbang. You didn't try to mix it up. Nope, you just ran in and tried to hip fire the dude that's sighted in and is 30 feet back from the fucking door. Like, you're gonna get bodied all day, dude. What are you doing? I just don't. I don't get those types of players. Some of them, they get the excuse of being young, you know. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, how many times I've been called a modder or a hacker or some shit? It's like, dude, I'm playing on a console, motherfucker. Like, I can't hack this fucking thing. I'm on a fucking Microsoft product. It's one of the more secure of the consoles. Maybe if I was on PlayStation, you might be able to say that bullshit. But yeah, you're not modding shit on Microsoft. So good luck. We haven't been able to mod those things since the 360 era. Like, fuck out of here with that bullshit. Now I play Microsoft products on a PC though, because they decided not to sell Xboxes there for a little while. So I just bought myself a new laptop. Oh wow. Okay. Well, thanks for the heads up on that. I'll have to see. I did end my stream. I started one and ended it immediately because I noticed my headset wasn't. I agree 100%. PC is better. But yeah, I ended my stream early. I only had a minute stream there for a second because my audio wasn't coming through. My headset desynced for some reason, and so I had to fuck around with that and figure out why it wasn't showing up in my Streamlab options. So I ended it, and I think by restarting it in such a short period of time, it didn't send out a second notification. So that's all right. I'll be fine with it. In the end, I'm going to be probably doing this for until I get exhausted. So it's going to be a long stream tonight. I've waited for far too long to get my hands on this. So yeah, I'm going to be playing for quite a bit tonight. And it is what it is. Like, I don't even the fact if anyone tunes in is just a bonus, but for me, I would be doing this anyways, regardless of streaming. So like, I'd just be sitting here just tinkering because I have no actual plan with this map. I don't even know if this is actually going to be a map or if I'm just going to just throw it in the dumpster by the time I'm done with this and just steal some parts from it later. But yeah, we'll see as we go. But for now, I'm just kind of learning. I mean, that's up to you. If you want, that I would appreciate it for sure. That would be fucking awesome. Thank you in advance. Yeah, it's in the end, I'm not too stressed about it. I figure there's a. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm gonna have to message you. I'll DM you a little bit later because I'm gonna make sure you get a fancy logo too. Like you, we'll get you some maybe some emotes, get you a logo done up. You know, pimp some shit out for you. I just want to kind of because I don't have a lot of excess money. You know, I got fucking four kids to worry about, so it's like they get all the money before streamers do. So I can't really tip people, so I tip in my own way. I hook people up with some logos, and yeah, because I know in the end, this community is we're supporting each other, we're helping build each other up, and that's the important part to me. That's the part that matters. Because as you get bigger, as Pizza gets bigger and Fuzzy gets bigger, I, by proxy, being around you guys, also grow with you. So I would rather we all win than just one person win. So that's just my approach to it. I don't know if it's going to work out. I don't care if it doesn't. I'm just going to keep doing what I do and grind. And yeah, eventually it works. I do have to tweak this object just a hair because I'm getting a little bit of texture popping on that. I noticed it a few times as I was just spinning around rambling here. I think that, nope, it's going to have to be on the X. There we go. That should take care of that texture issue. I think I'm actually going to do this real quick and just duplicate. Motherfucker. I gotta figure out the little tricks to stacking cleaner so I don't have to do all these fine-tune adjustments. Where to position my camera so when I duplicate it doesn't like slap it next to it, it just stacks it vertically or whatever, so I don't have to do these little tweaks. But yeah, that wasn't too bad actually, it worked out. But yeah, it's amazing. I was able just to instantly duplicate 4 objects. They all stayed with their rotation, everything locked in. Like this iteration of Forge is absolutely beats the living shit out of all the old ones. It makes them look like absolute garbage in comparison. That I kind of don't hate. I think if I do something fancy, some sort of fancy connector here on these edges, it will tie it all together nicely. I don't know why I'm spending so much time on this obscure structure up top that literally players will not be able to traverse at all because it will have nothing to do with the actual play space. Because I'll have a lower level here that will tie into probably kind of like a tunneled indoor system. So you'll be able to traverse around stuff. And then these are going to lead down to like a in-between, like a mid-level that will split between the high and low sections. And then you'll have your high section up here. So you'll have your 3 tiers of vertical height, and then you have your 3 tiers of movement. You have your middle, left, right. So this way, all your flow issues are kind of take care of themselves. You'll always have a way to kind of flank. And then I'll find, as I go and test the map, I'll see to make sure that there's not like insanely long sight lines so that one sniper can't hold down like 1/2 of the entire fucking map. That stuff comes with time and just running around the map, endlessly running around the map, and just checking views as you come around corners and stuff. But I do like that this is here because once you have the harpoon object, you could, or power up whatever attachment, you could harpoon up onto the upper floors, and people can also drop down if they're taking too much fire. There's a lot of potential for interesting gameplay. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's getting there. Considering I had no plan and I just started throwing like weird... It started with these fucking columns. I just started literally just taking these things and just shoving them in the ground initially. And this is how this map started, was with these little hexagon objects. Can't fucking talk. So yeah, I just started doing this shit. And then I smashed this column looking piece into it, and I kind of liked the way it worked, and then I started building off of that, and I ended up with this platform, and then this thing happened. This centerpiece is actually the same column, just flipped upside down, and I shoved it in the ground and kind of scaled it up. So it's actually, it's the same object as this one right here in the background is this centerpiece that you get to run around on. But I just made it bigger and then shoved 90% of it in the ground. And so yeah. And now I have a unique piece that doesn't look familiar to anyone. Nobody's going to recognize what the hell that piece is. And then I mashed a whole bunch of other pieces inside of it. And by the time I'm done with it, it'll be unrecognizable as the original object. So I do that a lot. Literally, these were much smaller. Where are they? These are tiny little things. They're somewhere in this giant fucking list. Yeah, those platforms that stick off the side are actually... I could have sworn they were in this category. Fucking shit, there's a lot in here. Is it those? Yeah, it is this one. So yeah, this tiny little fucking thing is actually these ones right here. and then I flipped them sideways, and you can color everything now. Actually, I'll show you that just because you're here. I'll check this shit out. This is fucking bananas. I cannot believe they gave us these options. On this object, we have multiple parts you can actually change the color of. Let's see, we'll do this one red. We'll go up here, and you can do more than just change color too. Like, let's see, we'll do some texture changes on it. Oh fuck, I have the one in the background selected. I should probably undo that now before I absolutely ruin my shit. I'll fix that in a moment. If I hit undo a few times, it should be all good. I can't believe I did that. Yeah. Yeah, you could change so much. It is pretty fucking crazy. I did not expect this. And you can change not just the texture of the center part, but the texture of the entire piece. Let's go to the region one. That should probably be. So yeah, you could change the texture of that, but then I could also change the color of it to whatever. There's a shitload of colors. Tons of fucking colors. So we can make this thing bright ass orange, and then I could even change like the way the color disperses on it. It's not really changing it much here in this regard. Like you can make the color kind of dull and worn down, or really, you know, bright and crisp. Yeah, it's wild. I cannot believe the amount of potential tweaking that you could do to this stuff. And I'm sure there's ways to even go further. Oh wow, there you go. There's a shout out. There's for fuzzy honeycomb texture. And then on top of it, you could add, on top of that, you could add grime in different layers of like that. I can dirty it up. It's crazy. And you can do this to pretty much almost everything that I've played around with so far. And then you can adjust how much grime, how little grime, if it's, yeah. So I can't even imagine a month from now the maps that are going to be available through customs and the Forge community are going to be, they're going to make the 343 maps look like dog shit. I can guarantee you. Like they're going to make the 343 maps completely irrelevant. Like they just won't have any relevance a month from now. They won't have any at all, other than maybe the ranked play and stuff. Because I don't know if they're going to allow Forge maps in ranked. But yeah, seriously, like I'm a kid in a candy store right now. Like I was playing with it a little this morning, but I, you know, hadn't quite got the movement down and got comfortable with the controls because they changed just enough that they're throwing me off from my Halo 5 controls. But yeah, see, I definitely fucked up something on there because that light is yellow now, and it was blue before. That's all right. We're gonna leave it for now. We'll fuck with that later. I don't care. This is just pretty much block out form. Still just getting in shapes, and yeah, it won't be a concern. In the end, I'll go back in on the map and I'll do all the details and really align everything perfect. Right now, it's just kind of getting the basic map shape in place. And this is just a tiny, tiny sampling of the objects. I mean, there is some fucking crazy amount of shit in here. You got all different pipes. But the cool thing is, like, all of this crap you can scale. So, like, this tiny pipe can be a gigantic goddamn tunnel instead. It doesn't have to be just a tiny pipe anymore like it did in all the old ones. Or it can be a tiny pipe. You know, if you want it to just be a little tiny micro pipe, it can get fucking super small. It's insane. The potential here is there's no version of Forge that is even remotely close. Only professional software usually offers this much flexibility. You're talking like Unreal and Blender and shit. Stuff like that. Actual 3D software and engine software. So it's pretty wild what they built here. I did not think it was going to be this good. Yeah, no joke. Yeah. It is infinite. It really truly is. We can actually say that now and apply it to fucking Halo, unlike the rest of their entire game, which is not anything remotely close to infinite. Considering it's supposed to be a live service game, it's unfortunate they haven't added to the yeah, they haven't added to the campaign at all, especially even like little world events. Like, where's the scarabs that like walk around the map, or like where's the enemy covenant or banished trying to take back some of the structures that you took over in your playthrough on the campaign? There's no like in-world events that are happening. So after you do all of the stuff that's already out there, you get all the hidden weapons and there, capture all the bases, free all the UNSC guys. There's literally nothing to do. You stand on mountains looking at this gorgeous fucking world with dick all to do. And it's really unfortunate because it's a really pretty open world. And there's so much untapped potential there staring you straight in the fucking face. And yet 343's had a year to do something with it and nothing has fucking changed. Not a fucking thing has been added to campaign until now. Oh, they gave us co-op. You know? It's like, and with all the money that these fuckers have, especially because I know they're selling microtransactions out the ass. I see the dudes in multiplayer rocking all this dumb shit all the time. And they're so severely overpriced for what they're paying, or what they're getting. In my opinion, at least. It's not a good value. I don't give them money. Yeah, we should have. 100% agree. We should have had co-op right out the gate. We should have had Forge. If not right out the gate, a month later. So it could have at least helped cushion the fact that they can't produce content to keep their fucking population player base around, And it saddens me because the core game is really clean. It's actually really fucking good. Like, the movement and shooting mechanics are really polished and nice, and it's just unfortunate that they just dropped the ball so fucking hard on content. I just don't understand how. Yo, what up, Pibbles? Yep, welcome to the stream. So yeah, it's they did some crazy shit here. At least I got Forge right. That's the one thing I can say. They didn't fuck this up as far as I could tell yet, so. Nice. I haven't even had a chance to go through all of the objects, nor am I going to right this second. Wires. Oh shit, they got little individuals. Now these, I'm actually curious what happens when you scale these things up. Like, how fast can we break the textures on them? Let's see, let's just go gigantic. Jesus Christ, these things got bigger than I expected them to be able to get. I mean, they get a little grainy, but actually not too bad. Jesus. Look at that. That's impressive considering that started as an insanely tiny little wire. Not bad at all. Alright, let's get back to what I was attempting to do. I did want to find an effect to throw on this centerpiece here. Let's see, I don't think it's going to be effects. There we go. We got any sort of energy? Yeah, sure. Oh shit, look at that. That kind of fits. No. Those are for the light bridges, it looks like. That actually might work quite well as part of... I'm going to shove it into the object until it basically disappears, and then we'll zoom back in and do some fine-tune movement then. I have a feeling this one's just going to be a placeholder for now. That could be cool, but I'm going to need to layer something else inside of it. Do I have like a really nice big blue vertical beam of some sort? That would be kind of nice. Those are short. They're only 32. I don't know if you can actually scale these. I haven't tried that yet, so I should probably play around with that right now. And if we can even tweak the color, I'm not sure either. Nope, cannot scale, so that is unfortunate. But I guess it is a visual effect. Yeah, the light bridges at some point I'm going to be making. 100% are coming into this map because it's a Forerunner structure. I mean, you can't not have some sort of light bridge sort of thing. It will probably come off of these and connect across this region here out towards whatever the hell ends up getting built out here. Because I'm not sure if I'm going to make this a symmetrical map where I just mirror it. It will probably end up being asymmetric, and this will just be one structure on part of the map. I love my asymmetric maps, so at some point, it's a little unfortunate I can't scale these, right? Nope, can't. Damn it. Because I mean, compared to the giant thing, it's just like that's not even there. It doesn't even exist. So we're gonna try something a little different. Maybe actually I'm gonna zoom out so I can see if they got some bigger. God damn it, of course it spawns it like right in your face and not where my cursor is. So I can't even tell if it's a gigantic thing or not. Lightning. I really would like one of these beams, but I'd have to stack them and then I'm going to end up with this stupid orb like every 32 feet or whatever the hell it is, the scale is, and that will drive me nuts seeing that little orb instead of a nice clean like line rising vertically, you know, hundreds of feet into the air. Oh well, we'll address that problem later. Maybe I'll just build a custom light column or something like that. But for now, this center is kinda meh. I don't completely hate it. It's not terrible. I do like that there's this shape here because then you could potentially hop up and ambush in here. I might smooth I'm gonna have to smooth all this out because I'm getting caught on edges here. Yeah, you can't have this type of shit. I don't want people getting stuck. I don't like that. So I'll mash another object in there. I'll take one of the hexagonal pieces and just smash it in there and then make that all level. Same with this edge. I'm going to do a little ramp bit here so you just run up nice and clean and smooth. For now though, it's just getting general shapes in place, and then I'll make it all clean and fancy and make it work nice. But for now, this serves the purpose. Alright, we'll come back to the effects later. Right now, fuck it. It's just not working out. Let's see, back into Forerunner stuff. I do like this one. I might have a use for this. It's an angled support. I just don't quite know. Ooh, never mind. I gotta soften that angle just slightly though. Actually, let's turn it back to motherfuck. And then this way I'll be able to easily change the angle and then I'll rotate on it. How you doing tonight, Pibbles, by the way? And if I angle it right, I should be able to allow people to run through the bottom. Alright, Ray. Yeah, go do your thing. And thank you for the conversation and the help on the Discord so much. I appreciate that shit so much. I didn't even know it didn't post a link for everyone, or at least a noti. So, thank you again. I gotta stop lighting cigarettes when my mic's on, but yeah. In all fairness, it's the same one. I just stump it out. It's my way of kind of cutting back. Alright, so that isn't going to work out the way I'd hoped. Well, actually, maybe it will, because... Nope, it won't. Maybe. Yeah, maybe it will. I still gotta get used to turning the camera on and off hyper mode. God damn it, of course it pokes through. Motherfucker. Let's scale it up and see if I can get it to poke through up top, and it might have a double use then. And then I could merge another piece into this to hide that bit. And then let's see how this works. If you can even make that jump. Yep, you can climb up and in there. Fuck yeah, I like that. Because then you end up with random plays like this, where people are doing shit like where they're just jumping through. Yep, like that. Now it's just a matter of making this. Huh. Actually, this solved a couple problems that I was having in one shot, aside from it not being centered properly. I was worried about this little ledge that was here, because people are going to use this to camp the lower bit and control the upper. And now with this here, that makes that a little bit less of an option. And I'm actually going to probably leave that as a blocker like that, so they get caught on it. No, I can't, because they're going to try and clamber. That's no good. Alright. Well, I love that you can snap in and out, too, of instantly on the ground, doing shit, running around, get to test the map instantly, and then boom, just like that, I'm right back into building. Like, that ability to test on the fly is seriously such a fucking goddamn amazing feature. I still need to tweak this to the right angle because that's not exactly accurate. Wait, but yeah, it should be, right? Yeah, the math is right on that. I think it's just off-center is the only problem here. There's still something janky about it. I don't know what it is. Was the yaw off on this? It fucked with my... There's my problem. This adjusted for some reason. Oh, that reminds me. I needed to do... Fuck me. I forgot to activate that. I set this up today. This should... and I just broke my damn thing again. I gotta look up something super fast, because I remember I set up my Streamlabs to do the lurk and do all that shit today, but I haven't enabled it yet. And so apparently though I need to sign in on Streamlabs to make that work. Thankfully that's off screen, so I can just do that right now and hopefully get that shit working. Yeah, that should work. Oh man, I forgot the type of passwords I put in my shit. My daughter's mocking me right now. Punk ass.
Tell them I said hi.
Oh, you're telling the world that you said hi right now when you said hi. Oh, of course my mic picked that up, too.
I don't know how much our mic picks things up.
It picks up plenty. And this isn't even the boom mic. Once I get that thing up and running proper and tweak all the sound settings on it, it should pick up even more. But then again, the filters, the pop filter and all that shit should cut down a little bit of that. We'll see. Because I don't remember what kind of microphone, if that's a directional based mic that's inside of that one or not. So we'll see as I set that up. That's not going to be today or anytime soon. It's at a later date. Holy Christ, I forgot how big this password is. Yeah, there ain't no hope of ever remembering that one. And supposedly, it's sending me... There we go. Ah, okay. So now, hopefully, now that I've done this right, lurk and all that shit should probably work. Oh, it did already. Never mind. I didn't even notice that it worked. Yeah, whatever. So, I don't know why I did that percentage thing at the beginning. That's kind of strange. So there's definitely some, yeah, my sense of humor is going to be, all throughout all of this shit. Yeah, I don't know why I did that, because that's not actually in the coding for it. So, yeah, that's interesting. I have the hug option. I think I got the socials one, and then the lurk one, and I need to see. Oh yeah, there's this one too I want to test. I mean, while we're in here fucking around, we might as well so I can't even just instantly, I have to actually full on type that out. That's unfortunate. I was hoping it would quick pick it up and I can just click on it, but so my socials one doesn't work. Alright, that's good to know. Now we get to see if this other one that I did works or not. There you go. So that one I at least set up correct. I'll have to go back in and tweak my socials. For whatever reason, that one's not working. But at least my shout out one works. And so then we can do this for all the potential other viewers. We'll get everyone. I got used to doing that. Did I do a space? Actually, I couldn't either. I had Pizza walk me through that shit last night. I had him in a chat after we got done playing Fall Guys, and we were talking, stream and Discord shit. And he walked me through that at least a little bit, got me in the ballpark, and the rest I figured out today. So I can help you out with that one now, at least. Pizza's the fucking man for that shit. That was such a huge help. I got to get used to entering it though, because now I don't remember if I had a space and then an at, or if it was straight into the at. Because I've never actually used these commands. Oh yeah, he was actually telling me that you had the bitrate thing going on. Yeah, right. See, I'm having that same problem with Pibbles' name as well right now. I'm just like, why isn't it finding it the same way? Yeah, I try to keep track of a lot of shit. Like I'm usually pretty good at knowing like what's going on with everyone. Like Frog got his gallbladder pulled last week and all this shit. You know, I try and keep my finger on the pulse of the people I surround myself with. So it's important to me. I genuinely give a shit about you people. So yeah, it's all thousand or so of that I know, or a couple thousand. Like I can't check up on everyone every day, but as the days go on, I tend to say hello to everyone. Make sure life's not kicking them around too goddamn much. So let's see. I'm thinking it needs a space in between here to work. Okay, so it's exclamation point so and then space at, and that's how it ends up working. So that's why it wasn't before, and so now it should pop that shit up. Okay, there we go. So yeah, these are two other streamers. They are both have fantastic content. They're fucking great people, and yeah, you should check them out and follow. So yeah, there's plenty more that I'm gonna be doing shout outs for. I was lucky enough to meet a whole lot of amazing people recently, and it's really just been a fucking blast coming into streaming and being able to game and kind of reach out to a whole different audience. It's really, really nice. Because I was going to be playing video games anyways. So I finally listened to all the people that were yelling at me for like a decade to just get into streaming. At least a half a decade. Yeah, I finally did it, and now I'm enjoying the hell out of it. I literally feel like an idiot for not getting into it sooner. I think that is going to have to be a 30 degree, just so people can run up it on the outside. Of course, I was off-centered. Because I want them to be able to traverse from out there to up and on. Yep, that will work. Once I get a little thing down here to make it possible to climb up and on, like it will allow that little incline to become a usable space for travel. But it's also going to be more of an advanced one and not like the obvious route up like the ramp or stairs. Yeah. I got some tweaking to do to this thing, though. I mean, look at this thing. It's crooked as fuck. I'm certain this angle's going to work perfect for that. I'm not doing my math correct here. How the fuck? Alright. Whatever. I'm not going to... Yeah. I'm not going to fight it. That just doesn't seem right to me, but... How the fuck is that a thing? I wonder if this object has a weird... Like, what the fuck, dude? Oh my god, I just did something stupid. I scaled it up. I meant to raise it. There we go. I'm a little worried about that lip there, fucking with people as they run. We'll see. Yeah, if you're on the outer edge, I guess it shouldn't interfere too much. And it'll allow people to do shit like this. Then, but now I've changed the height. Oh no, you can still clamber up. Sweet. Because then you could do this and jump back to the inner circle and also kind of use it as a loop. And once I do it on all four sides, it becomes a sensible looking support structure. That part right there, right in this section, no, that's ugly as fuck, and that needs some massive changes to be cleaned up so it doesn't look like fucking booty. But I do like that it causes that kind of A-frame vibe down here. Oh, and there's a little fancy light. I didn't even know that was there. Okay. Huh. As fucking Bob Ross would say, happy little accident right there. What the fuck? Alright, I'll take that shit. Yeah, shout out to the Afro Art King of PBS, you know. That motherfucker, I remember nerding out. I think it was like Sunday morning. I used to try and watch that dude when I was a kid. He'd just paint these fucking scenic bullshit. And ironically, I hate doing scenic paintings now, but I did kind of do a bunch of them when I was younger in art. Now no, no. They're just backgrounds to me now. Yeah, there's something severely still wrong about the angles of this piece. I don't know why. It just yeah, it's fucked up. There's something not right because it's not aligning properly. I don't think it's this one, is it? Does this one got a twist in it? No, this one's nice and clean vertically. Weird. So it's got to be this one, and I'm fairly certain it's this yaw is off. It should be, goddammit, it should be 135 degrees. But yet, on this side, when I do that, it doesn't line up proper, which makes me wonder if the object itself has got some wonky shit going on with it. At least I think that's correct. Maybe my brain's just being stupid because, you know, I stayed up way too late last night. My sleep patterns got all fucked up because I fell asleep after dinner, food coma, and then the time change and everything like that. I was up till almost 4 a.m., about 3:30 or so. So tonight I'm coffeeing up to try and push myself to my normal crash time, which is like around 1 o'clock, 2 in the morning, something like that. Um, I gotta reset my damn sleep patterns. Yeah, that will work. We'll clean that up as we go. Right now, I want to get the capper piece at the bottom here. That might work. I don't quite like the fact that I almost want to use that as intended because that's just, yeah, not something I like doing. Let's see if there's something else that I could turn upside down or flip sideways in some funky way and still get the same kind of results out of it. Now that might serve my purpose. What do we have here? Please be a goddamn symmetrical piece. You motherfuckers. I could technically make it work. I don't necessarily like it, that kind of shape that it has to it. Nah. It could work, but I'm not, yeah, I'm not digging that. It's just not working for me. One thing I do forget, and I take for granted because, well, we couldn't do this type of shit before, is that I can change the shape of like 90% of these fucking objects now. So I'm actually limiting myself right now by, I just need to find a piece that kind of suits what I need, and then just manipulate the crap out of it. Is this one actually symmetrical? Oh shit, it is. Okay. Winner, winner, chicken fucking dinner right now. There we go. Alright, let's manipulate the living crap out of this one. because I don't necessarily like the shape of it. Parts of it I do, but parts of it I don't. Oh, can I not? Okay, I can't scale this one. Let's fatten this motherfucker up first of all. That range should work. Let's make it an even number at least. Lengthwise, we'll stretch it a tiny bit more. Size, height-wise, we'll bring it down slightly. And then let's drop it on the Z and see what we get. I'm sure I'm going to tweak the angle slightly, because I would like to make it so it's something that I could, oh wow, look at all that fun little glitchy shit that's happening. That's interesting. And now we'll, I just realized that I don't need to hold. I was doing that all wrong, so that's nice. I'm gonna be much faster now. I was holding to bring up the stupid radial window for some reason when I didn't have to. I could have just hit X and immediately brought it up. So the other one I think I had at, actually, so I had it at 30 degree on the y-axis. I love the shit at the bottom now. So now if I do this one at a 15, I should have a nice transitioning ramp. I just will have to scale it. This way I'll have a kind of gradual ramp that leads into a much steeper incline. But also still makes sense as a support-based structure. In theory, at least. We'll find out. Let's thicken this thing up a little bit, and a lot of bit actually, it looks like, because I need to be able to cover the distance down into the ground. And then we'll sink this thing down. And hopefully I can get it to consume a lot of the ugly ass bottom, and I'm still gonna have to stretch it even more. This is gonna have to go up into like the 40s or maybe even high 30s. We'll do 40. Yeah, we'll do 40. And I might have to increase the incline to like, nah, I'm gonna leave it at 15 for now, and I'll adjust it if need be. Let's see, drop this fucking thing down until I get that one edge needs to be kind of covered. And then once we center it up, should get some interesting results now. And now you have a nice little clean pylon. And now you got a fancy little light on the inside of this too. And I'm hoping to fuck that I didn't ruin the functionality of this. Nope. Alright, now test this. Okay. And then this way, some people can run up this and ramp up and in. And then you have the reverse is pretty smooth too. But it's nice because you won't be able to just ramp vehicles up onto the upper floors then. It's a really bulky looking base. The only part I'm not a big fan of is that fucking chunk right there. I wish I could just chop that shit the fuck out, but it is what it is. Overall, I think it looks like it's supporting this massive thing a little bit. I just need to figure out a way to clean this up so it doesn't look like it's so glitchy through here. I have a feeling I'm going to end up gutting this middle structure. I've been feeling that for a while now. Yeah, we'll see. In the end, this is all, you know, just fucking around. I don't have any goddamn plan here. This is just kind of building. Trying to make it feel like it belongs in the Halo universe. That's really the goal here. Alright, that might actually work for this. Let's flip you that way. God damn it. Okay, that's odd. I don't know. Okay, we're just gonna ignore that and we'll go into the actual object. Because I definitely want to change the main texture on this is just not what I want. It's a trim based texture and that's cool and all, but or not. That didn't change shit. So okay. That will work. It does seem like it's a slightly brighter piece of metal. It's a little shinier than the other one. But first let's get back up here and we're gonna change all of this because holy shit, it's a fucking mess. This should be, because it's inverted, I'm getting some weird, this needs to be to 180. And that's gonna be, I think it was 130, right? Yeah. That is odd that's because it looks pretty close to damn right there at 13, but it shouldn't be because this should be at a 50, or that should be at a 30-degree angle. But because this piece was already angled to begin with, that's why. All right, so it looks like we can probably 15 should align it perfectly. Yep. And then we're gonna drop this bitch. So go figure, yeah. This isn't actually correct either, the whole yaw part of it. There we go. And then, yeah, that should help make that look less dumb. And then I could just widen it, and that should solve that problem that I'm having with that edge looking so not right. It'll add an extra little detail line that it's probably completely unnecessary, but my brain hates that other piece. So let's. Oh yeah, I don't have to go around objects anymore. I can just go inside of them. I'm fucking stupid. I got to get used to some of these new abilities that we have where we don't have to, we can actually go inside objects now. They're not solid for the camera. I shouldn't have done that. That was the wrong one. There's the one I want. Let's scale you to about that. And then I'm just going to manually move the position. Nope. Okay. It is odd that on this side it's... I mean, what the fuck? Oh, that would be why, because it's not actually centered. There we go. I still should probably do something that, like, is a flat connector here, so that people don't have to constantly do skill jumps here. The only downside with that is if I give people a ledge to essentially stand on there, it's going to give them almost too much of an advantage on the potential lower floor. But I really, I don't know how I feel about... I definitely like the way this looks as far as capping off that piece and adding some detail to it, to that column. It makes it look much, much nicer. Downside is I'm going to have to figure out how to do that for, well, all of these. I can just duplicate the object and put it in, so that's not too bad, but I won't have to play around with the angles over and over and over again, because if anything, I'll save this support piece as a prefab, and then I'll, yeah. And then even this, I don't know if I'm 100% sold with the way the seam enters the ground here. I might put some sort of a flat piece here to kind of make it look like it's sitting on the ground on a supporting base of some sort. I cannot remember what the hell that's actually called in construction, and I did construction for a while. Did a lot of fields. God, a footer. There we go. I knew it was in my brain somewhere. Brain's crammed full of useless shit, so, you know, it takes a moment to find where it's filed. Yeah, I think it's not terrible. I don't completely hate it. There's some tweaking that needs to be done, but overall, it's all right. It's all right. It could be better, could be fucking worse. I do like the underbelly detail that it adds. That feels right. As you walk through here, that you have that nice clean vertical line, but you also have like this metal kind of broken up bit here, and then you also have these nice clean vertical lines too. They make it feel right. And then it has that classic kind of A-frame shape that you see in a ton of the Forerunner shit. So that is a plus. I'm very happy with that. I still haven't decided if there's actually going to be vehicles in this map or not. I haven't decided what this map's even going to be yet, or if this is even going to be a fucking map. The more I look at this goddamn ring part up here, the more I hate it. This second layer. Like, every time I see it now, I'm just kind of like, meh, nah. Like, meh. I think either I gotta really double up the layers and build it vertically, or change it altogether, because there's something you can clearly tell it's just two of the same object fucking stacked, and it just it doesn't feel right to me. There's something almost too angular about it, when I almost want it to be a little bit more smooth lined, circular up there. We'll address that in a little bit. Right now I want to get this footer in place so I can copy it and apply it to its brother in over here. And I have a feeling this structure right here is about to get pushed back about 40 feet. because then this way I'll have a much more interesting little traversal bridge in between here, and then I can build up some stuff around this center structure to make it even more interesting. We'll see once we get all the footers in play. I can tell already though, I'm going to push this entire tower structure back. I know for sure I'm going to. And which creates another problem because this bridge right here, I'm going to have to readdress how to connect this building to that building. And yeah, whatever. Bridges will literally cross when we get to them. So let's get back into this. I mean, holy fuck. They knew I needed it. They're like, here's the footer that you needed. Exactly the footer you needed. Which really bothers me because now I don't want to use it because it serves my purpose, and unfortunately it looks so much like the piece I want that a million other people are going to use this piece as well in a very similar manner, and that bothers me on so many levels. But I should stop being such a fucking hater and yeah, just deal with it. Because I think if I mush it a little bit, I'm going to have to stretch it anyways to suit my needs and change its shape a lot. So it's going to have to widen the fuck up, and then I'm going to have to fucking mash it like this. And now we have something that's a bit more unique looking. God, I cannot believe they allow us to do all this fucking shit now. This is... you have no idea how badly I wanted these features in the older... What the fuck? Oh. In the older ones. The fuck? Is that right? It's just such a relief to be able to actually build the way we want. Now it's time to scale that thing off the fucking charts. I don't know why I keep going in that menu. When I have it selected, I can literally just hit X. I've already learned a bad habit that I gotta forget. It's just fucking stupid of me. But yeah, let's stretch the scale out on this by a lot. I'm gonna have to go into like the 80 range, I'm thinking. Maybe even more. It's looking like more. We're gonna have to scale up the width. Probably into the 60s range. Maybe not. Okay, 40s should be nice to at least check it, bring that up slightly. And then I'm pushing this back and in. I don't want it. I just want it to basically fill in this void that I have here, which I kind of hate. So, yeah, we're going to widen that up even more. Because I just saw it now has a secondary use, so that's fantastic. That worked out in a completely dumb, unintended way. And yeah, let's raise that up a tiny bit and stretch it forward even more. Alright, so the ability to resize objects is like the greatest fucking addition to Forge ever, by the way. Yeah, absolutely unbelievably useful. Let's make that a nice clean round number. This one we'll do to 13, going with my lucky number. Alright. And then vertical, just drop that down so it's nice and flush with this other one, and voila. Problem solved. Potentially, as long as the fucking seam is touching the ground. Okay. Oh, I got a little bump here. I saw that shit. Can't have that, because if you're trying to hit headshots and like you ripped a dude's shield and you're trying to come around this corner and you have your headshot lined up and you hit that bump, now you just overshot him and you got your face shot off. That's no good. Can't have that. And actually it makes this little archway a little bit more functional too, which I also like. I'm still not okay with this section of this part. Like, there's just something about the way this joining piece is that I am not okay with it. But I do like that this, you have to jump up onto. You can't just clean run up onto that chunk. But then you could easily leap to this section here. the flow of that is very nice. It's very natural feeling. And then the reverse is even easier because you can just slip it up and over. And then you could do lots of cool shit. Now I don't have to trick jump to, like before I was doing this sort of a jump. So now that's no longer a problem. Very cool. I'm trying to work and get one of these footers done really nice, and then I'll literally just select all of these object groups and then, or well, the ones that matter, and I'll just copy them and then rotate them to work onto the other one. So right now I'm just working with the one, because this way I can select the whole group, either make a prefab and install it, or just copy and rotate it. We'll see if it works out with the rotation. If not, I'll just do a prefab out of it. But yeah, let's go back into the Forerunner stuff and break some more of the pieces they gave me. Because this is fucking awesome that I can change the shape of so many of these. That's got some nice details on it. That might actually work for... maybe, actually. Get it generally in the area that I want it to work out in. I don't know how this is gonna... This probably isn't gonna work. I'm not necessarily liking it already, but we'll see. After I do some of the scale changes on it, I might be able to make this... I'm using it more or less just for the texturing component of it to kind of break up this joint that I have here that I really am not a fan of. I really dislike it. So we're going to stretch this out a tiny bit, and then we're going to scale it down. I just kind of want a connector, but I don't want to give people another giant ledge to stand on. So I just want something that kind of pokes out just enough to actually serve my purpose, I guess, here. Son of a bitch, it's going to poke through up on top, so I'm going to have to scale down even more on the Y. And then scale up the X. Fuck, it pokes through there now on the bottom, son of a bitch. I mean, it looks better than it did, but I am not happy with that. It just, nah. What happens if we rotate this shit? Oh yeah, I forgot I'm set on the world axis, so I gotta just move that there. Okay. I had a feeling I was going to be replacing a huge portion of this original gigantic fucking column piece that I shoved in the ground just to use this tiny little nub bit at the end here. I just didn't think it was going to work out very well. It just kind of was working out as a placeholder for now, it seems like. I actually have quite a few objects too in play, and I'm at 1% only on my used budget. Like, holy shit. The maps are going to be crazy. They're going to be so many fucking details, and this is by far the greatest iteration of Forge. It just dunks on every one of them that previously existed. It just makes them look like absolutely like garbage, honestly. Like, there's no other way to put it. I'm not trying to trash on what they accomplished before, but like this is a whole different fucking beast. This thing is actually a proper fucking editor. So yeah, it's not too bad. That line right there intersecting with this chunk is kind of bugging me a bit. Just the way the angle comes into it. It seems wrong, you know? It just feels wrong. Let's stretch it. Not quite that way. Maybe a little bit thicker there, and then lengthwise. I'm curious to see what happens to this piece as I really stretch the crap out of it. The fact that you can even stretch them is just mind-blowing to me. Like, that is something completely unexpected to be able to stretch it on different... I knew you could scale it. That's something I saw in some of the previews. I did not expect to be able to stretch it on an individual axis. So that was a very, very, very nice surprise. And I'll gladly take it because the flexibility that allows is unmatched. Yeah, this isn't the most entertaining stuff probably to watch, but I can nerd out on this shit for fucking endless hours, and I am going to, so. No. Because it's still, I have this fucked up problem where I have this big, beautiful, like, shape, but the angles of it kind of don't 100% work together. Problems. And then let's thicken this up. And then it's not too terrible because then it kind of gives you at least a little nook to tuck in for these lower levels, and also a little bit of protection from potentially upper levels as well. That's actually not terrible. The part that is terrible is that I gotta mirror that onto the opposite side here, and I'm not looking forward to that part of it. It's not completely right yet, but I think it's getting closer to being decent looking. The fuck is this little chunky thing? Oh, you do get caught on it. Nah, that's problematic. I don't like that. I want to be able to smooth flow. Yep. See, if you go in hard into the corner, you'll get stuck as opposed to just rolling past. I mean, could shove that shit. I could stretch this thing even more. I think that's what I'll do as a solution. I'll just shove most of it into the ground and put this little angular bit will be, you know, fused with the floor there, and I think that should solve some of the problem. But I do kind of like that little bit of an overhang that it gives to that piece. It makes it feel like it's properly supporting. I do want to check to see if the angle is correct so that you can't sit on that. Good, good. You slide off. Fuck yeah. This way I don't have any camper sons of bitches sitting on these little bits here. Yeah. Let's fatten it up a tiny bit. That was too much because I'll have to move it again anyways. And then, nope, what the fuck did I just do? Oh, by changing it to dynamic, it snapped it back to a regular. That's all right because another awesome feature is you have undo. So yeah, there's that. So no issue. I do want to stretch this a bit more though, and then I'm going to shove most of it down into the ground a bit, and then we'll adjust it as needed manually. Why did it seem to line up better at the top earlier than now after I fucked it all up? And now it's almost too fat on this side, which is going to screw up the way I have that. And those for just tuning in, this is just something... Yeah, he's right. Right. He is 100% right. This is an addiction right here, is what this is. This shit's an addiction. This is gonna. Yeah. It's gonna fuck up my activity on Discord, is what this is right here. This is what you're looking at. This is looking at my Discord activity falling off hard as fuck. Because this is hours and hours of fun for me. Actually, that might work, unless I left too big of a ledge up on top here. I mean, I guess technically it doesn't matter because I have this ledge. So, having that tiny ledge there isn't, like, end of the world. It really isn't all that bad. And once there's one on the other side, it kind of provides for some skill jumps. I just gotta make sure that people aren't getting... This is a fucking concern, because you get caught on that little bit, and I don't want... It's... Because if you're... I mean, unless you really lean into it, you don't get snagged, but at certain angles, you get hooked on it. Overall, it definitely doesn't do it as much as it did since I lowered it. It seems like making it a tiny bit fatter made it so you don't get caught on as much, but you still do, and that bothers me. Because there are going to be people that are going to be strafing sideways. I mean, granted, you shouldn't be full scraping the fucking walls, but I know at some point somebody will. And so I try to avoid that type of stuff in my map if possible. Or any of my maps. But I definitely like the way it sits into that structure better. It's starting to feel like Forerunner, this type of shit over here. Older stuff though, not the new Forerunner. The older kind of the stuff that influenced me more. Part of me wants to run this thing vertical as shit up the side here, but then I'll ruin this kind of soft angle that I have on this this support bracket. It leans out just a little bit. And that's to open up the space in the center so that you have this like empty void so you can see clear through. It makes it feel bigger. It's not a big tilt. I think it's like a 12-degree tilt only, but it opens this space up in here quite a bit, just having this piece on an angle as opposed to having it more vertical. It creates just something that allows it's an illusion that the space is bigger than it actually is. Lots of fun stuff. Play with people's brains. I am kind of happy with the way that footer kind of worked out though. I think it looks right from this angle. Like it feels like something you would see. And it gives a nice amount of functionality up into this layer. It transitions nice and smooth now all across. I don't have to fuck around with any ramps. You can just literally run through this shit. So that is nice. If I wish I had grenades that would fucking respawn, for some reason they didn't do that part. But let's do a top down. I haven't actually done that yet. Yeah, that tower's getting shoved back. Fuck that. Let's do that right now. Boom, boom. I don't even know how many pieces I have in here, but there's enough. Nope, don't want that. Damn it. Wrong button. Well, let's do that again. Fun part is when I go to move this thing back, I'll notice, what pieces I didn't select. And yeah, and then we'll worry about that problem there later. But now, I'll just grab this whole giant structure and I'm going to push this thing back, I don't know, a little bit. See? I missed a few of those things. That's alright. They're probably not all that relevant for, they were more just, where the hell, what purpose did they even serve? That one I do have to replace though. That's okay. We'll do that later. For now, I'm going to just select and fucking vaporize them. Actually, you know what? They're right here. Fuck it. I'll just shove them back. Maybe I'll just loose line them up. This is the only one that I was really only concerned with because this is actually a blocker piece that keeps people from entering an area potentially that I don't want them in. So the others, they're literally tucked behind other ones, so there'll be no purpose, and players won't be able to get up onto these plateaus. Even this one will probably be like the max height where the kill box will warn you to get the fuck out of here or you die. So that's plenty high up anyways. Like, let's drop onto this ledge real quick. Or not, because I'm fucking stupid. Yeah, whatever. It's already bumping me off and I don't even have to worry about it. Alright, cool. So this bridge I'm going to end up fixing. But the reason I push that back is because when I go to put this footer in place, I still don't have the fucking space. Look at that shit. That's going to have to go back even further. This is going to become part of a light bridge that's going to lead into there. That's decided already. It literally just made itself just now. It made its decision for me. There's my light bridge right there. It's going to be, this is getting shoved back probably another 30 feet so I can make space for that footer and still have like kind of a comfortable dead zone in between the two chunks. And then I'll do some fill-in substructures and stuff. I might end up picking this whole thing up off the ground and building custom terrain. So yeah, I'll probably end up doing that. Knowing me, this is just the start of this map. This is just kind of fleshing out some of it. There's literally not anything I would even consider a map here yet. Right now, the only thing I do have that's anything that's I kind of like is this center structure, because there's a lot of different types of functionality in it. You have your different jumps from this. You have this nice hexagonal sort of like walk circle thing here, but no one can really see on the other side of it. So there's like good sight lines for like kind of pop out combat shit, but you can also get flanked from other routes because it's wide enough that you might not see a motherfucker creeping up on you from behind, and then you just get bashed in the back of your head. And then you have all this stuff. You can jump down. You got people that are going to be doing shit with the harp or with the grappling hook. From the lower levels, they're going to become flying up to the upper levels. It's going to get pretty cool in this little centerpiece. So right now, this is how a lot of my maps end up being made, is I'll just start building like random shit, and then like I'll delete the stuff I really hate, and then I'll end up with a structure like this that has a lot of functionality, and an entire map will be built around this. Everything will be built around this center thing. I do hate this part at the top. I don't like that it's doubled up. It's every time I visually see it, it's bothering. It's just fucking cringe as fuck to me right now. But it's whatever. I'm not gonna look at that. We're just gonna stay focused on what I can fix at the exact moment, and that would be reselecting this piece and duplicating it and flipping it and mirroring it to the other side. So we're gonna do that real quick, and it's just damn it, I forgot I'm on that weird angle, so I'm gonna have to wiggle it into place. Motherfucker. I couldn't build it on the centered axis. It's actually not too bad. I think I actually got that pretty close. It needs to come my way just a hair. Wait, is that not the... Oh, no, it's not. Okay, I'm fucking that up. Okay. That's actually part of a different piece. And I was not aligning that properly there. See, but then there's this chunk, right? Yeah, that's part of it. So I need to get that line, and then it's actually will be aligned quite nicely. And that's lined up with that line already, so that's a plus. It's pretty fucking close. I don't think it's perfect, but it's pretty goddamn close to clean and lined up. It sticks out just a little bit more, I think, than the other one does. Yeah, it does. Of course. Of course I had to go and fuck with it. I can never leave well enough alone, right? Yeah, just, I had it pretty goddamn, like, spot on. And then I had to go and do what I just did. And now I gotta come back down here and realign all this dumb shit. Because I went and fucked it all up. Like a stupid motherfucker. There we go. Alright. That should be it. But except it's not, because for some reason that thing isn't aligning the same way on the other side. Why is that? Because here in these corners it looks like it's lined up proper. What the fuck? Which tells me then that whatever this piece is, it's that goddamn center column again. This one I knew was gonna be an absolute fucking pain in my ass, but it's what inspired this entire shape. I mean, it's this giant monster column, but still, I'm not using it for anything. Oh, I guess I do have a little nub poking out on this side. It's just not as dominant on this side. Okay. Well, that's good news, because that means I can just do a tiny tweak. And it should solve the problem. It's still too much. Even that one's sticking out. Now that I know it's there, I'm never going to be able to unsee it. Yep. Can't unsee it. No. So you are going to have to come out just a hair more. Can't talk tonight for some reason. Alright. What else did I break in the process of moving that around? I mean, technically I should pull this clean through so it's more like this. and just hide that entire piece, but nah, undo that. I don't like that. I kind of like it like that. It adds like an extra layer of texture and depth that I wouldn't get any other way. Height should be good. Everything else looks alright. I just have to pull this one out now. Did I hide it? I did. Definitely looks better than it did. I can't say I'm 100% happy with it, and I think it's this one angle here that's really kind of, it's just bothering the shit out of me. Like, it's the only part that's really throwing off the illusion of this. I think because this section right here specifically is just visually kind of weird looking. I guess it's not terrible from a distance, but up close, I should probably look at it from actual, in-game perspective. I don't know. Can I jump up to this at least? Good, good. God, I wish I had grenades, because I usually do grenade tests to see what they get caught on, to make sure certain walls bank things properly. I kind of like that this ramp, you can't, I do almost need some, from here, I need almost a piece of something sticking out of this to clamber onto, so that you can climb up onto that ledge. And then, this way it's kind of a little bit of a skill climb. Because otherwise I'm just worried about the upper floor. The upper floor is such a tactical fucking advantage in a lot of ways, because you have these little, like, nooks, and they can control quite a bit. There's a lot of blind spots, but they could really heavily get an advantage. Which is unfortunate, because then it's going to force everyone to want to fight on that upper floor, and the bottom floor is going to be an empty mess. Actually, I could counter that by putting a decent weapon down here that pulls people down into the lower floor. And that's how I'll counter that. Put something worth going downstairs for, and then this way the people up on top won't just camp up here quite as hard. We'll see. I'll address those problems once I get the map a lot more fleshed out, because right now I don't have a map. I just have some weird fucking partial tower thing that's kind of one thing very important, and I'm breaking my own damn rules. Save often. This shit is in beta form for everyone out there. Save your fucking maps, and save way more than I have been. Because I had a crash earlier. So yeah, save. I don't know if I'm gonna push the stream much further tonight. I kind of can, because I really need to want to push out to like 1 in the morning or so. I think would be smart. Yeah, I think we'll just continue. I'm kind of enjoying myself right now. I do want to figure out, there's this chunk right at the top. I almost need a line that goes straight out to break apart the top section from this bottom section, so it doesn't look the way it looks currently. If that makes any fucking sense. But yeah, that's just, there's something about that line there that's just bugging the living crap out of me. This might serve the purpose. once I get it on the right angle. Of course, it's already... No, I'm going to abandon that right now because I'm going to make myself way more work than I need if I add that piece into it. And that's just going to become a fucking headache to line up. What I should do is look for something that's a nice clean square piece. Relatively flat with low trim on it. But because I'm just using it for like a line, essentially. I mean, I could probably just get away with a straight up primitive for that, and ooh. Of course, these are all going to be asymmetrics. Yep, motherfuckers. See, this is the modern Forerunner stuff. This shit. They didn't have a lot of these angular, this type of like angles in the older Forerunner structures. They looked more like these kind of A-frame shapes. And personally, I kind of like the older styles. They feel chunkier and just more, I don't know, like something that would be sitting there for 100,000 years and have no issue sitting there for that length of time. These angular pieces, they're cool as shit, but they're almost too modern. If that's a thing, I guess, but yeah. It's just not going to work in any capacity for what I need here. There's another one of those guys. That might do the trick. We'll come back around to that one. This piece might be really nice. We're going to use this because it's got that ribbing there on the side. So if I do that and then flip this motherfucker like this, and then shove it into this giant column, let's get it centered up. Alright, so we're going to make this a hell of a lot stubbier. God damn it, I forgot. Nope, it's got to come nice and wide on the fat, or on the Y scale here. And then we're going to shrink it. Because I don't want it messing up with some of my padding that I already have in place there. I'm just using it as like a texture, essentially, to break up the top part of this structure with the bottom part of the structure. So essentially, this piece might not work out after all, but we're going to try and force it to work. I might play around with the scaling a bit more. Though it does kind of tie this in nicely, aside from that little bit that sticks out there. This actually does tie in quite well. Huh. So for this hanging part here, well, actually, let's fucking take a... what? What just happened? I just got flung. I don't like that bit right there. I think if I shrink it a little bit more, both in height. Let's find the angle that will work best for that. This angle I think is going to work best. I can see... Come on, seriously? Oh, yeah, it would help if I actually have an object selected. Fool. Widthwise, I don't completely hate it. Lengthwise, it wasn't terrible, but I would rather pull it forward a little bit more. And then height-wise, it can come down. Not too much. I kind of actually like that it separates a little bit on that. We'll see. I'm probably going to have to tweak it again once I do this and fucking fuck it all up. So. And then I could almost maybe get away with shrinking those down slightly. Okay, so we'll shrink it vertically, or because this way actually it makes it so people have to jump to use this route, as opposed, because this way they can't just run up and over, which means they won't be able to do the crouch sneak up and over this edge, which is kind of nice. I'm a little worried about that nook catching grenades. Actually, it could be good for these thin platforms if you're not precise with your nades. They just might just get eaten up in these slots and just wasted. So it will make it so if you're doing a precision bank, you're gonna have to hit low to bank it around the corner, as opposed to just being able to chuck it off the fucking wall anywhere and it goes around the corner. I mean, I don't completely hate it. It kind of breaks up a little bit. It does tighten this walkway up a tiny bit, but I'm not completely against that. Because I want this center point, because of it being so powerful, being able to look down, you want it kind of tight so that there's not a lot of wiggle room. So when people are lobbing grenades up, some of your advantage from height disappears this way. This ledge I gotta test now, though. Ah, damn you, you motherfucker. I love it, though, at the same time. But that's gonna get used in some dirty fucking ways, because I would. And so I know somebody else is gonna use it in a really fucking dirty way like that. They're gonna be ambushing people. Little stealthy motherfuckers with a sword is going to be chopping people's faces off using that. Alright, let's get back to adjusting the size. That was alright. And then I'll lower maybe the size of that other one because it's so fucking shiny. But honestly, it got rid of the problem that I was having with that piece right there, partly. Like where it felt like this A-frame chunk that I have sitting here was, it just looked like it was going into here in an unnatural way. It didn't feel like it was properly supported or like it was built correctly. Now it feels much nicer looking. I'm actually not completely unhappy with that. I'm still incredibly unhappy with this. In fact, so much so, I'm fucking tired of seeing it. Fucking go away. My brain is immediately happy. Like, holy shit. So much happier. Oh my god. So much happier. Just immediately made that look so much better. Okay. What the fuck was that? Did my... what? Dude, my keychain fell off my fucking gun. And why is it gigantic? Like, it's seriously huge. That's the little charm that hangs off my fucking pistol. Why the fuck is that there? And why is it scaled and whatever? It is beta. With wacky shit happening though like that, time to save. I don't want any stupid shit to happen. Because if I need to, what I'll do, I'll save the whole goddamn map as a prefab. Literally select every object in it. And then save it as a prefab and just drop it in a new setting if I can't make it work with the desert, or I want to switch it up to forest map or whatever the hell. I can just literally save this whole fucking thing potentially as a prefab. If not, I'll section it out and I'll just piece it back together. But I think even this center structure I might save as a prefab once I finish it and upload it to the community, because I know there's a lot of people who would love to use something like this. There's a lot of functionality here. And you could probably even flip the whole thing upside down and use this as the base, and then have still quite a bit of use here. You might have to change some of the way the platforms work, but you'll probably still get a really interesting structure out of it. In fact, that might be the solution to the vertical problem I'm having. I might just straight up copy and flip the fucker on itself and mirror it vertically. We'll worry about some other point. I'm just happy to have this footer in place to a point where I think it's doable for the most part. I'm not 100% okay with that right there. Like, part of me likes it, part of me hates it. Because from this angle, I really like the way it looks. Even as you're coming in on it from this angle, it looks nice. But from this angle, well, you can't really see it from this angle because you fall off. So that might not be as big of a problem as I thought. I think I might just be too damn picky at this moment. Nah, I like it. It's alright. This will pass for now. So, time for the painful part. We'll make sure to select everything. Realistically, it's not that many objects. I mean, what, it's maybe 5 to make that footer there? Huh. I don't know why it feels like more. I spent a lot of time on it. I guess that's why. Alright. So now we get to find out if it works the way I hope it does. And I can just duplicate and then rotate the entire... Oh my fucking god, 343. You guys crushed it on this forge. Like, absolutely just fucking smashed this shit. Like, unbelievable. Nice work. In the past, you would have had to group all these objects and then do a whole bunch of other fucking steps. And sometimes even in rotation, the objects would individually rotate. Not always. As long as you grouped it right, it was not going to be an issue. But like, it's literally a non-issue now. So yeah, actually, we'll come over here and I'll just get... What am I doing? They have all the data for me now. I'm fucking stupid. I can literally just... There's a lot of things I gotta get used to looking for. Like here, I can just hover my cursor over and it will give me the data that I want for these objects. So it tells me it's a forerunner, phased. It's a static object, but it's phased, which allows me to merge objects together. It tells me exactly what type of piece it is. It tells me its height, rotation, position, size, everything is there data-wise. So basically all I need to do then is hover over this piece if I want to get my height to match up proper, and then just see what the z-axis is doing on position. So I'm at 549.10 here, and I want it at 549.10 on this one. So we'll bring that up. And a little bit of tweaking. I might even go into the fine tuning for this bit. Hopefully it will allow me to do it to the entire object. Oh, okay. So you're gonna be a little bitch like that. Alright, alright. I see how you're gonna fucking roll. You're gonna do me like that. So there's apparently a pivot point somewhere in here. I mean, not that it matters. I can just, undo that. But wait, did it move the whole object? Okay, it did. That is semi-annoying. Like, just tapping is getting me some wildly different increments. I mean, it seems like it's every 10? Sorry, I'm just finicking, or just playing around with it right now. To the point where my brain is breaking in speech, so, yeah. Okay, so that's an 18, and that's a 10. Fuck my life. Because then down here, the seam probably isn't the same. Actually looks pretty... Oh, no, it's hovering. It's amazing what a, in this case, 8 degrees of height difference makes for this entire object. And then tweaking it that distance is proving to be more problematic than I was expecting. I don't know why it wants to not give me an in-between amount. I'm doing the lightest fucking taps too, trying to get it to move like the smallest increment, but it's... That's not too bad. I might be able to do that and then just flat out grab this whole thing and lower it slightly. I mean, it's not like it's lined up properly anyways yet, so. Dun, 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 dun. So lined up at the bottom angle of the hourglass. Okay. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I forgot this is an angular piece, so as I pull it out, I get height difference there. Let's try and get the X and Y axis lined up. There we go. I mean, overall, it's not bad. It drives me nuts that it's not exact, though. So that's a thing. And now I might... Let's try again now that I have it in that spot to see if I do the hold. Because if I tweak it up, what, 5 degrees? Fuck. It doesn't want to do it in the increments I want. Okay. Oh yeah, look, it completely broke the living shit out of it, like, doing that. I don't even know what happened to the vertical piece. Okay, so moving grouped objects in the fine-tune mode is... Oh my god, I completely forgot. Do they have fine-tune mode still? Let's see. I wonder if change move type. What is that gonna do? I'm just fucking around now because I want to get it to move because I need 4910 as my height 549.10, and I cannot get that in-between increment to save my life. I might be better off, since it wants to naturally do this height, to just readjust this one to that the new number 549.05, since it seems to be a number that it actually enjoys to doing. But then again, I should probably check something vitally goddamn important. Is it actually touching the ground? That's so weird, because to me it doesn't feel like it is. Maybe it is. I'm actually curious. I gotta do some sightline tests now that I have the second one in there. Oh yeah, this makes for some fun combat in here, because you have these like little cross nooks through here. Yeah, this bottom layer is getting better now just because of these new additions, these footers. And then once I get all four in play, it's really gonna make the bottom section a hell of a lot more interesting as far as combat. Even though it's symmetrical in a circular base shape, it will certainly feel a lot nicer. Yeah, and that looks a lot more old school Forerunner. I fucking dig that. Okay, let's save that before I fuck up something. And let's try and adjust this whole thing. Crazier part is, yeah, that's only like what, 2, 4, 6 objects for that entire piece, that entire structure. I'm still a little mixed on this chunk right here, because on both of them it's there. In the shadow area it's not so bad. In the super lit up area, it's bugging the fuck out of me. But right now, these are things not to be concerned with. God damn it. So of course, you're gonna be a real bastard, aren't you? Because these being the same height is actually incredibly important. I might have to tweak all of them down 5 degrees individually on the other one, because I can get it to snap here at that height, no issue on this one. So this one is what? 536.09, and then this one is 536.04? What the fuck? Oh wait, no, that is 5. Okay. Oh, it's getting late. My brain's stupid. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the solution to the problem. So it will be an uptick of 5 then? Oh, fuck me. No, it doesn't do it. That's a massive jump. Now, why does it go up in increments of fucking 10, but yet I can get an in-between number? But I can't do that in here? Grr. I mean, realistically, it's a single click, but that single fucking click might make the difference between the camber working here and not working very well here. I mean, so far it doesn't seem to be the case. Or it might change the smooth transition of these. That's where you see the problem. It's still actually not even a smooth transition. So, but I definitely noticed the bump more on this side. Then I might just be wanting to sell myself on that. Nah, because you actually get kind of hung up on that one, where this one you certainly don't. It's amazing what that little difference can make. Problems, problems, problems. There might be an easier solution for that. Maybe I'm missing something that's straight in front of me. I probably am. Okay, got all the pieces. Good shit. No, I didn't actually. Motherfucker, I missed one. Vitally important one. And it's this inner piece, which was actually kind of a pain in the ass to place. So, I don't feel like doing that. So, we're going to get rid of all of that. And we're going to reselect this proper. And make sure I get all the fucking pieces this time. And maybe because of the lack of that one piece, might have been the reason why it wasn't adjusting the same way. I don't know, I'm just throwing shit out there. It's probably not right, but you know, it's worth it. I'm being hopeful here. Okay, so now I got everything selected this time. So there's 7 pieces in total, which isn't bad. I'll go through and do the lights manually, I think, later. Because I don't even know how I'm going to light this map yet, because I don't know what kind of daytime, nighttime setting I'm going to do, or what. Because I haven't even checked out the skybox aspect of this map. I probably should have done that in the beginning. Ooh, but I do like that I get to see the broken bit of the halo from here. That actually makes me extremely happy. So yeah, cool. Change my movement type so it works with world. Oh, would you fucking look at that? It's almost like that one singular object did affect it, in fact. That's why I couldn't get it to align proper. I was missing one of the objects that the others had, which helped with the alignment of everything, I think. Yes, it was. Wow. That's crazy that that was actually the problem. What? Why did that angle just do that? Well, fuck you, thing. Undo that shit. Boom. There we go. Alright, now for the fun bit. I gotta get the hourglass piece lined up here. Basically had it right there at the beginning, and then I moved it. I kinda like that little bit of the line showing. But it doesn't match the other side then, so... which is no bueno. Yeah. Yep, don't have that same hung up edge. It's crazy. Fuck yeah. Alright, now for something even more ridiculous. We'll select all 14 of these parts. Actually, let's do this one first, because it is going to be in my way. So, we'll get this fucking thing out of the way. So far, I lucked out. I picked a random little lofty sort of hip-hop whatever mix for streaming, you know, no copyright, royalty free, all that fun stuff. So that, you know, Twitch doesn't fucking yeet my fucking channel into non-existence. And yeah, it's worked out quite well. It's been just kind of nice, mellow little sort of hip-hop vibes. Perfect for building. We're gonna just shove this building out of the way. We'll bring it back in as needed later. I just want the clearance to be able to put in those footers without any dumb shit to worry about. Yeah, that should actually give me the... I'm gonna push it back more. That should do it. There we go. Boom, boom. Those look like I got everything selected this time on both of them. It probably would be smart to just save this as a prefab, this footer piece, so I don't have to keep doing stupid things. But you know, I'm a stubborn fucking moron, so we'll do it this way. I did have the centerpiece. Well, ain't that a fucking giant bag of dicks? Yeah, we'll deselect and select and delete this thing. And then I can just easily fucking spam select these fuckers, because I don't have to worry about running into anything over here. And is that selected? Alright, there we go. That should work. Now we'll see if this works out with the rotation, because I have a feeling it's not going to be as smooth as I fucking hope. But, you know, fingers crossed. Or not, because 343 went fucking beast mode on Forge. Alright. Like, holy shit. Why couldn't they do this? Like, you know, it's so frustrating because this is so fucking impressive. And yet they still have no world events happening in the campaign. Like, you know, it's just so weird. It's like the Forge team is clearly a separate. I know they're a separate division over at 343. They're like their own little entity. But like they really need to take some of these talented individuals and get them working on yeah, the campaign or something. Wait, what the fuck? Ah, see, now we get to see if my columns are aligned properly, and this one is looking way the fuck off. Or not, because some wacky shit's going on here. Hold on. But I have a feeling there's some... Oh, no, okay. So it is definitely the wrong height. Great. Because I had that other piece, I have a feeling aligning these now is going to be an absolute fucking nightmare like the first one. God damn it. Alright. Is that nice and smooth? Please be like a paper thin thing. God damn it. Nope. Oh well. Because in theory, if I line up this one side, the other side should be perfectly fucking aligned as well. But I have a feeling that earlier, when I wasn't quite as, 4 hours ago, when I wasn't paying attention to some of the numbers quite as much, this column was not aligned properly. And that would appear to be correct. On the plus side, realigning this column is actually way fucking easier than realigning this entire fucking structure thing over here. So I know that if this one's centered and these ones are centered, that this column is the problem. So that's nice. And really, it's not off by a lot. It's just a little bit of tweaking that it needs. Needs to be pulled forward slightly and off to the right. And then it will be perfectly aligned with everything else. But overall, I think we got something here, at least the start of an interesting little shape that's kind of semi-useful. There's a lot of potential here with this low route. And then once I branch off, I don't think I'm going to leave this as like a clamber. I'll probably end up building like a ramped system, like an angular ramp that comes out and fills up some of this section, but it will be a little lower. So this way people have to kind of run up it. I don't know. I'm not 100% yet on what the hell this void in between the footers is going to become. Fuck, I'm not 100% on what this entire map is going to become at some point. But on the plus side, we have an interesting little structure now that has a lot of gameplay potential because you have these upper layers that are nice because a few spots they kind of look down just enough on the lower layers, but you don't get a huge advantage. But there's a lot of transition potential. At least you could run through all these nice and smooth, the different A-frames. I should have added that fucking clamber ledge that I fucking forgot, but whatever. I'll go back and I'll just do that. But yeah, you have all different ways up and in now. I'm not completely hating this. And then we'll figure out a way to light bridge this shit in. I'll probably end up gutting this entire structure, because after looking at this, after building this fucking thing, looking back at this looks like a pile of fucking beginner shit to me. So yeah, we're gonna probably destroy that. All right, Ray, you have a good night. Thank you for the stream and your help earlier. I'll catch you soon, I'm sure. And so yeah, that is Ray of Sunshine, everyone. She's fucking awesome for anyone in the stream. Actually, here, we'll do this since I have the feature and I'm still getting used to using it. She is an Apex player. And she generally fucking slaps cheeks and just stacks bodies all day. So her and her crew throw down. So yeah, feel free to check her out over on Twitch. I think she might have some other social media stuff. Yeah, it's she's a badass player. So her and her crew absolutely are pretty polished. So they're fun to watch. And she's a super chill human being. So yeah, good times. And then I guess I should probably do this to see if it's even working. These are all of my links. Feel free to join the Discord. I got a YouTube channel, Twitter, all your standard social medias. I don't do Facebook. Haven't in like 2 years. I don't know why people still use it. It makes no sense to me. I might advertise there at some point. I still have an account, I believe. I don't know. Yeah, come join us on the Discord. I think we're 40 members strong right now and growing constantly. We have channels for all different stuff. Promote your own stuff. If you got a YouTube channel, social media of any kind, feel free. I got tabs in there for everything. Promote the shit out of it, man. We're trying to help a lot of people grow, and I think it's just a better approach than a lot of streamers tend to be like, look at me, support me, just me, you know. I'm building a fucking community. I want everyone to grow. It's called the social empire for a reason. It's all of us. We're gonna take this shit over, man. It's just gonna keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So yeah, feel free to join in. It's a good time. And through there, you're gonna see there's a whole bunch of other streamers and links and discords and all different crap. Some of them are bigger than others, and some of them are just getting started. You know, so it's gonna be an interesting place. Let's see. I should probably click back on here and get back to this. I should get to fucking sleep, but man, I've been waiting a year for this and just having fun. And welcome everyone who's watching, everyone who's kind of lurking in the corners there. I appreciate the views. I thank you very much. There's no mandatory, thing. You don't have to produce, or God, I can't even talk. You can tell it's getting late. You don't have to interact with chat if you don't want. I'm completely content with people just hanging out, because I'll ramble on about what I'm doing for the entirety of the stream. And if you want to jump back at some point, this will end up a VOD, and I'll probably time lapse it on YouTube a little bit to make sure it's not 4 hours. Yeah, at least it's been fun just kind of playing around with Forge here. There is some crazy shit that they've done with this. Absolute fucking crazy shit. The amount of content that's going to come out of Forge is fucking insane. And the quality of stuff is going to be nuts. I mean, because there's so many fucking objects, even just under the Forerunner category. But unlike the other games where you had this stupid object, you wouldn't be able to do much with it, right? In Halo 5, it's just this object. Well, here, that's not the case. You could, let's see, you could shrink this thing down to a tiny little tabletop decoration. Or, let me back up a whole lot. You can make this thing the size of a goddamn mountain, or the entire map. I mean, look at that shit. It just swallowed the whole fucking map. And that is not tiny, let me tell you. This is, here, actually. We can just drop in at any time. It's going to take me a minute to fall to the ground. I mean, look at this shit. And I did that in like a millisecond. Find me any other editor in any fucking game that can do this. They don't exist, flat out. It does not exist. It's just crazy. Fucking mind-blowing. And so yeah, this is and that's just the icing. That's nothing. That's just the start. Because that same object, you can go in and let's hope this is one of them. I've noticed there's a few objects you can't, but you can adjust the scale on just one side, like on one axis, or so I can make it ultra wide but still keep it thin. I mean, hell, let's just squish the other side just to, let's just make it nice and stubby, just for example's sake, and then I might sign off for the night. So yeah, you can do some wild shit like this. So all these objects that I'm seeing in here have a whole new potential now. Instead of them being the standard, I need to use this object exactly the way it was, I now can stretch it and pull it and extend it, and the textures on these types of objects do not fall apart. They scale with it. It's amazing. This is such a brilliant piece of technology. This absolutely is going to improve Halo Infinite. There is no way in hell it's not going to have a massive impact in it. I just wish this was in here sooner. That's the only fucking thing they messed up on. They really should have had this in sooner. Also, keep in mind, it is in beta format, Forge, so there's going to be changes coming. There's going to be more stuff added, more features added. They already have talked about a bunch of stuff in the pipeline as far as scripting, and campaign AI is coming, so you're going to be able to add in potentially all different crazy shit. And yeah, you could take this entire object, select all the parts, save it as a fucking prefab for the entire community to use if you want. Actually, I hit the wrong button there. I've never actually been in that menu. Sweet. So yeah, you can create a prefab and then upload this for other people to download and throw directly into their maps. And yeah, the potential here for other builders is yeah, for all builders is absolutely fucking endless. This is way closer to using like Unreal or Blender than using a level editor. It is so much more advanced. You can change the textures on stuff. In fact, I'll probably go through and I'll work on a lot of these textures until they all kind of feel right. Currently, it's just kind of playing. I don't really have an idea what I'm going to use this for yet, but I think this object that I created tonight has a lot of potential. On this side, I think I'm going to put a jump booster straight up to the top. Now the real question is, do I do it inward facing so that the lower floor accesses? Maybe I'll do something that's got walls on either side, but it's open towards the center and open towards the back here, so that you could enter it from either way and it will just kick you up, and I'll put a little like angle piece at the top so it spits you onto this fucking platform there. That is one thing that is a little off, I think, the drop in. So yeah, you end up, yeah, I think that'll be nice. So this way people can transition up from this side, and then the other side will have the light bridge, I think, for that tower. That will probably be my approach to this. But I think on that note, I'm going to end the stream for the night. I'm starting to feel the fact that I was up till, 4 a.m. last night and woke up at 6:30. I'm going to be doing something similar again because the kids don't give a fuck what time I went to bed. So I'm trying to get my sleep patterns back to semi-normal, which is usually like 1 to 2 a.m. to 6:37 in the morning is my usual sleep cycle. So I don't like sleep. I got shit to do like this, and run a Discord, and raise a family, and a business, and there's a lot of shit I juggle in a single day. So I'm gonna try and fit in as much forging as possible, but I think I've hit my limit for tonight. I'm noticing I'm just lagging. I'm starting to feel a little tired. So I thank everyone who came out to the stream. Yeah, it's been a fucking blast. I look forward to seeing you all again, and I hope all of you have a wonderful evening. And try this shit out, man. If you create, even if you don't fucking create, there's scripting, there's all different stuff the community's gonna have a need for, and if you can make any of it, help create a pile of content for all of us to access. And yeah, again, thank you. Have a wonderful evening, and all you deviants, take care.